Hey everyone. Welcome back to Harryverse X. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Hades and Nico di Angelo found Harry at age 4 in the cupboard and raised the god of death? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Underworld. The ghost wasn't supposed to be in London. Nico di Angelo had tracked it from Rome, which was already annoying, and then from Rome to Paris, which was worse, and then somehow across the channel to a perfectly ordinary suburb of Surrey, which was the most insulting part of the whole business. Ghosts with unfinished business usually haunted somewhere interesting. A battlefield. A sunken ship. An old palazzo with good bones and better drama. Not a street called Privet Drive, which looked like someone had photocopied the same house 40 times and arranged them in neat rows like they were ashamed of having any personality. Nico stood at the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent with his hands in his jacket pockets and his shadow stretched long behind him in the early evening light. He was 13, technically, though he felt older than that most days. He had his father's eyes, dark enough to look black in low light, and a permanent expression that made adults uncomfortable in ways they couldn't quite name. The ghost's thread pulled him toward number 4. He walked up the path, past a garden that was almost aggressively well-maintained, and stopped at the front door. The thread was strong here. Stronger than it should be for one wandering soul. It felt like there was something actively dragging death toward this address, like a drain in the middle of a swimming pool. He knocked. A large blonde woman answered. She had the kind of face that looked like it had been assembled by someone who'd only ever heard a human face described secondhand. Everything technically in the right place, but the overall impression was off. She looked at Nico the way people look at spiders on the wall, a problem she hadn't asked for and wasn't sure how to remove. "Whatever you're selling," she said, "we don't want any." "I'm not selling anything." Nico tilted his head slightly. "I'm looking for a ghost." The woman's face went through several interesting colors before settling on white. "I beg your pardon." A ghost. Wandering soul. Probably confused, possibly traumatized. He paused. "Is there someone dead on the property?" "Absolutely not," she said, too fast. "This is a perfectly normal house." Nico looked at the door. Then at the woman. Then at the faint shimmer of death energy that was leaking from somewhere to his left, through the wall of the house, close to the ground. Far too close to the ground for any room a living person was supposed to spend time in. "Right," he said. He pushed past her. "Excuse me, you can't just, I'm not really asking," Nico said, and something in his voice made the woman step back without fully deciding to. The inside of number 4, Privet Drive was clean to the point of hostility. Everything was beige and cream and slightly floral. Family photos covered the wall. A large man, the blonde woman, and a boy who looked like he'd been inflated at a factory. No one else. The death thread led him to the cupboard under the stairs. Nico crouched down. There was a bolt on the outside of a cupboard under the stairs, and several locks. More locks than any storage space needed. He looked at them for a moment, then looked back over his shoulder at the woman standing in her own hallway with her arms wrapped around herself like she was cold. She wasn't cold. She was terrified. He slid the bolt open. The smell hit him first, not bad, exactly, not the smell of decay or illness, but the smell of a space that had been lived in for a long time, a space that had been only that for someone, small and close and entirely without light. He knew that smell. He'd spent time in places that felt like punishment and were presented as shelter. He opened the door. The boy inside was small. Smaller than 4 years old should look, really, thin in the way that meant meals had been missed enough times to leave a mark, with dark hair that went in every direction and eyes that were too large for his face and too green to be real. He was sitting on a thin mattress with a single blanket, clutching a toy soldier with one arm missing, and he looked at Nico with the careful, assessing stillness of a child who had learned that sudden movements drew attention. Not the good kind of attention. He didn't cry. He didn't flinch. He just looked at Nico with those impossible green eyes and said, very quietly, "Are you the one the shadows sent?" Nico sat back on his heels. "What?" he said. "The shadows." The boy gestured, vaguely, at the darkness in the corner of the cupboard, which Nico now noticed was moving slightly, not like shadows moved when light shifted, but like shadows moved when they wanted to. Reaching, gently, toward the boy, touching the edges of him. "They talk sometimes. They said someone was coming." Nico looked at the shadows. They looked back at him in the way shadows sometimes did when his father had sent them somewhere specific. He looked back at the boy. "What's your name?" he asked. "Harry," the boy said. "Harry Potter." Nico took out his phone, a charmed model that worked in the Underworld, courtesy of Hephaestus charging a small fortune, and sent a single message to his father. "You need to come up here. London. Privet Drive. Number 4. The reply came back in under a minute, which meant Hades was paying attention. "I'm busy." Nico looked at the boy. The boy looked back. The shadows in the corner curled like cats settling in for the night. "There's a mortal child," Nico wrote back. "He's 4. He's locked in a cupboard under the stairs. He can see my shadows and he's been talking to them like they're pets." A longer pause this time. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. Nico put his phone away. He looked at Harry Potter, who was still sitting very still and very calm in a way that 4-year-olds essentially never were. "Are you hungry?" Nico asked. Harry considered this with the gravity of someone who had learned that admitting hunger didn't always result in food. "Maybe," he said. "That means yes." Nico stood up, turned around, and found the blonde woman still standing in the hallway behind him, now with a vein pulsing visibly in her temple. "Where's the kitchen?" he said. "You have absolutely no right." "Kitchen," Nico said again, and the shadows on the walls thickened slightly, darkened, and stretched toward the woman in a way that was unmistakable. Not threatening, exactly. Demonstrative. She pointed. "He made the kid a sandwich." Harry ate it with both hands and no conversation and the focus of someone who hadn't been offered much without strings attached. Nico sat across from him at the kitchen table and watched, and thought, and by the time he heard the sound, a low, resonant pressure change, the kind the air made when something very old and very powerful stepped from one place into another, Harry had finished the sandwich and was looking at the kitchen door with those wide green eyes. Hades didn't arrive with smoke or dramatics. He never did. He simply was there in the way that gods managed when they weren't performing for an audience. One moment the doorway was empty, and the next it contained a figure that was tall and dark-suited and carried the kind of gravity that had nothing to do with physics. He looked at Nico first. "Where?" he said. Nico nodded toward the hallway. "Cupboard under the stairs. He was in there when I arrived. There were locks. On the outside." Something moved through Hades' expression, not rage, not exactly, but the cold, contained pressure of someone deciding whether to be patient about a thing. He looked at the woman. She had gone entirely white. "You can see me," Hades said, and it was not a question. Most mortals couldn't, or couldn't fully, saw something just peripheral enough to make them instinctively look away. She was seeing him clearly, which meant she had just enough magical blood to make her aware, and just enough cowardice to make her dangerous. "I haven't done anything wrong," she said, with the conviction of someone who had convinced themselves of exactly that. "I'm not here to argue with you," Hades said. He turned toward the hallway, moving with the unhurried certainty of someone to whom arguments were administrative inconveniences. Harry was standing in the kitchen doorway. He'd climbed down from the chair, carefully, because it was a long way down for someone his size, and padded out on socked feet, and now he was standing in the hall looking up at Hades with an expression of pure, undisguised curiosity. No fear. Just curiosity. Hades stopped. He looked down at the boy. Harry looked up at him. "Your shadows came first," Harry said, pointing at the darkness that moved around Hades' feet. "Before the tall one." He pointed at Nico. Are you in charge of the shadows? Hades was quiet for a moment. He had ruled the dead for millennia. He had faced titans and Olympians and things that existed before the gods had names. He had an expression for most situations. He didn't quite have one for this. Yes, he said finally. I am. Harry nodded, like this confirmed something he'd suspected. I thought so, he said. They're friendlier when they're not scared of someone bigger. It means the bigger one is safe. Nico made a noise that might have been a laugh, stifled immediately. Hades crouched down, which was something Nico had never seen him do for a mortal child, and looked at Harry at eye level. What he saw, Nico didn't know exactly, but his father had the look of someone doing a kind of reading, the deep assessment of a soul's nature, the way he did in the Hall of Judgment. Something about what he found there made the controlled expression on his face shift, just slightly. How long have you been in the cupboard? Hades asked. Always, Harry said simply. Except meals. Sometimes. Who put you there? Harry glanced toward the kitchen, where the woman had not moved. Then he looked back at Hades and said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. Hades stood up. He looked at the woman for one long, unhurried moment. She opened her mouth. He made a slight gesture with one hand, nothing dramatic, just a small turning of his wrist, and the temperature in the hall dropped about 10 degrees. I'm going to give you the opportunity, he said, very quietly, to think carefully about what you were about to say. She closed her mouth. My associate, Hades said, gesturing at Nico, found this child living in conditions I would not permit in the worst parts of Tartarus. You are going to provide documentation, all of it, and you are going to do so in the next 5 minutes. Everything that names this child, his parents, his history. You will not speak unless spoken to. You will not attempt to contact anyone. The woman moved. Quickly, actually, which meant she knew exactly where everything was kept, knew it well enough to locate it in under 2 minutes. She came back with a folder. Inside were a birth certificate, a letter in someone else's handwriting, and a handful of photographs. Hades read the letter standing in the hallway. His expression didn't change, but the temperature dropped another 5 degrees and stayed there. He handed the folder to Nico. Nico read it. He'd read a lot of things in his life that made him angry. This one made him very still in the way that anger sometimes produced when there was no one immediate to direct it at, when the person most responsible had already been dead for 3 years. The letter was from a man named Albus Dumbledore. It explained, in gentle, measured, almost apologetic prose, why the boy had to be left here. Blood protection. Sacrifice. The power of love as a literal magical force. It used words like necessary and safest and for his own good, and concluded with the confident assertion that the family would take the boy in and treat him well. He left him here, Nico said. He knew this woman. And he left him here. Yes, Hades said. He could have, there were other options. Yes, Hades said again. There were. Nico looked at Harry, who was watching both of them with those 2 green eyes and an expression that understood more than a 4-year-old should be able to parse. So what do we do? He said. Hades was quiet. He was looking at Harry in a way Nico recognized, the way he had looked at Nico, once, in a casino in Las Vegas, in a room full of children who'd been frozen in time. The look of someone who is supposed to follow a certain protocol and is, in real time, deciding not to. We take him, Hades said. The woman made a sound. Hades looked at her. You will find, he said, that you cannot remember anything specific about tonight. You will know the boy is gone. You will not look for him. You will not speak of him. And every night for the rest of your life, when you lie down to sleep, you will remember exactly what this house contained and what you chose to do about it. He paused. That is not a curse. That is memory. Some things should not be forgettable. He held out his hand to Harry. Harry looked at the hand. Then he looked up at Hades. Is it far? He said. Yes, Hades said. Will it be dark? Some of it. Harry thought about this. He looked back at the cupboard door, at the thin mattress visible in the gap, at the single toy soldier he'd left on it. He went back, picked it up, the one with the missing arm, tucked it in the pocket of his too large clothes, and came back. He put his hand in Hades'. Okay, he said. The shadows took all three of them, and number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly the same from the outside as it always had, which was perhaps the saddest thing about it. The underworld was not what Harry expected. He wasn't entirely sure what he'd expected, having only been 4 and having had very limited access to books, but whatever image he'd constructed from the shadows' half-whispers was not quite this. It was vast, in a way that was hard to look at directly, like trying to hold a mountain in your peripheral vision. The palace was built from stone that was so dark it was nearly blue, rising up out of rock that had never been touched by sunlight and somehow looked completely at home without it. Rivers ran past it, he could hear them, the whispering rush of water that sounded, just barely, like voices. He gripped the toy soldier tightly. You can look, Nico said, appearing at his shoulder. He'd materialized out of a patch of shadow the way he seemed to do everything, without announcement, without transition, just suddenly there. It doesn't hurt to look. I know, Harry said. I'm looking. You're not blinking. Because I don't want to miss anything. Nico was quiet for a moment. Then he said, My name's Nico. Nico di Angelo. I know, Harry said. The shadows told me. They didn't know my name. They said the tall one was the Lord of the Dead Sun and he was coming to find a ghost, so I thought it was probably Nico. Harry looked up at him. There are stories. About the children of the gods. The shadows here know all of them. Nico looked at his father. His father was watching Harry with that same careful, measuring expression. He's clever, Nico said. I had noticed, Hades said. Harry pointed at the nearest river, the one that ran closest to the palace walls, its surface moving with that almost voice whisper. What river is that? The Styx, Hades said. The Styx, Harry repeated, like he was adding it to a mental catalogue. Oaths. Binding. The boundary between living and dead. He said it the way a child recites something they've memorized, but there was no rote quality to it, it was more like recognition. The shadows told me about the rivers. But they made it sound smaller. Perspective is difficult through shadows, Hades said. Can I go near it? No. Not ever. Not for a long time. Harry filed this away without apparent distress. He looked at the palace. Is this where we live now? The word we landed in the space between the three of them, and Nico watched his father's face very carefully. Hades was not someone whose face moved easily, was not someone who gave much of himself away in expression. But something around his eyes shifted, just barely, and Nico recognized it because he'd seen it in the mirror sometimes, in the quiet moments before he remembered to be guarded. For the time being, Hades said. Harry nodded. Good, he said. It's much bigger than the cupboard. The first year was an adjustment for everyone. Harry slept in a room that Hades had ordered prepared, real prepared, with a proper bed and a window that looked out on the field of asphodel, where the souls moved in their gentle endless drifting, which might have disturbed another child but which Harry found peaceful in the way that he found most things connected to death peaceful. He'd grown up listening to something that most people spent their whole lives trying not to hear. The background murmur of the departed was, to him, simply the sound of not being alone. He had nightmares for the first month. Not about the cupboard, exactly, or not only about the cupboard. He had dreams in which a green light moved through a house and left silence behind it, and he always woke from those ones with his hands pressed flat against the mattress and his heart going very fast. He never screamed. He'd learned before he could form proper sentences that screaming in the night at number 4 brought consequences. The first time it happened, he woke up and found Nico sitting in the chair by the window. You don't have to stay, Harry said. I know, Nico said. I'm an insomniac. You're doing me a favor. Harry looked at him. That's not true. You're too smart for 4, Nico said. It's annoying. Harry lay back down, tucking the one-armed soldier under his pillow. Was it bad? He asked. When your mum died? Nico was quiet for a long time. Yeah, he said finally. It was. Mine died because of the green light, Harry said. I see it sometimes. Nico was quiet again, and this time the silence had a different weight to it, heavier, more deliberate. Do you want me to ask my dad about it? Harry thought. Not yet, he said. I want to understand it better first. So that when I ask the right question. He was 4 years old and he already knew the difference between the right question and the available question. Nico sat in a chair until Harry fell back asleep, and in the morning neither of them mentioned it, and that became its own kind of language between them. Hades was not, as Nico had half expected, awkward about the child. He was many things, demanding, occasionally distant, constitutionally incapable of expressing warmth through any of the normal channels, but he had a particular talent for recognizing what something was and responding to its actual nature rather than its expected category. Harry was not a project or a charity case or a political liability or a symbol of some cosmic debt being paid. Hades treated him as what he was, a child who was unusual, who required certain things, and who had been failed by the mechanisms that were supposed to provide those things. So he provided them. Harry got lessons. Not conventional ones, there was no schoolroom, no syllabus, no carefully structured curriculum. What he got was access. He was allowed in the palace library, which was the most extensive collection of knowledge ever assembled, including texts that existed nowhere in the living world. He was allowed to accompany Hades on certain administrative functions. The Hall of Judgment was off-limits until Hades decided otherwise, but the general workings of the kingdom, the management of the rivers, the classification of souls by domain, Harry absorbed these things the way water found its level, naturally, without visible effort. He was also allowed to wander the edges of Elysium. This was where he spent most of his free time in the early years. Elysium was the paradise of the underworld, the place where souls who had lived heroically or justly or generously ended up, the place that looked like whatever that particular soul needed it to look like. Harry would sit at the border and watch the souls move through their chosen landscapes, and sometimes they would stop and talk to him. Most souls were too dissolved in their own peace to notice a child at the border. But the heroes weren't. The heroes retained more of themselves, more consciousness, more memory. And heroes, it turned out, had a great deal to say to an interested listener. He was 7 when he first made a soul laugh. He'd been talking to a woman who had been a healer in ancient Greece, now content in a garden version of Elysium that smelled of herbs he couldn't name. She'd been explaining the properties of a particular plant when Harry had said, with the grave seriousness of a child who had not yet fully developed a sense of self-consciousness, that sounds exactly like what Nico uses when he forgets to eat and then gets a headache and tries to pretend he doesn't have one. The woman had laughed, genuinely, fully, surprised into it, and said, "You remind me of someone," which was how Harry found out she was someone's mother. He didn't tell Nico about that conversation. Some things were too careful to deliver without thought. Nico, for his part, took the responsibility of older brother with the same ferocity he applied to everything, completely, with occasional collateral damage. He taught Harry to shadow travel when Harry was 6, which Hades had said not to do until 8, and then spent 2 weeks pretending he hadn't done it. He taught Harry to read ancient Greek by the time Harry was 7, which took exactly as long as it took because Harry's brain was a filing cabinet with no maximum capacity. He took Harry to the surface occasionally, carefully, through routes that avoided the wizarding world's detection methods, through the darker corners of the mortal world where 2 figures stepping out of shadows went unremarked. He took him to Rome. He took him to a cemetery in New Orleans. He took him to a beach in Scotland in the middle of the night, because Harry had asked what the sea looked like and Nico thought he deserved to see it properly. Harry stood at the edge of the water in the dark and let the waves hit his feet and said, "It's bigger than I thought." "Everything's bigger than it sounds," Nico said. Not the sticks. Harry looked at him. The stick sounds huge and it is huge. Dad describes things accurately. Dad describes things minimally, Nico said. He told me the Tartarus pit was large. That is not an accurate description. Harry grinned, a thing he'd gotten better at in 3 years, grinning, though it still came with a slight surprise to it, like he was always a little astonished to be doing it. When do I get to see Tartarus? Never, if I have any say. You probably don't. I know, Nico said. That's why I'm starting negotiations now. Harry laughed and the sea took the sound of it and spread it out across the water, and somewhere behind them, a shadow that had followed them up from the underworld curled quietly back into the dark as if satisfied. The magic started properly when Harry was 8. He'd always had it, in the passive way of wizard children, the accidental bursts that happened under emotional pressure. His first year, he'd once made every torch in the hall go out simultaneously when Hades had told him, bluntly, that he could not contact the Dursleys even to tell them he was alive. Harry hadn't been upset about the Dursleys, precisely, he'd been upset about the idea of someone spending time worried, and Hades had clarified, quite matter-of-factly, that no one on Privet Drive would be spending any time worried, and every torch in a quarter-mile radius had extinguished, and Harry had said, sorry, and meant it, and Hades had said, don't be, with an inflection that suggested he was in some way impressed. But at 8, it changed. It stopped being accidental. He was in the library when it happened, reading a text on the properties of the Death Domain, a dry catalogue of powers that belonged to Hades and by proximity to his children and servants, when he'd read the entry on soul calling, the ability to summon a specific soul by name, to call them from wherever they rested and hold them in conversation. He'd read it, and thought about it, and set the book down, and set a name into the quiet of the library. A name he'd heard in his dreams, that had come to him with the green light and the memory of a warm weight, gone before he could grasp it. Lily Potter. The air in the library stilled. And then, very slowly, a light that was not the torchlight and not the shadow, something in between, warm-edged and faintly red, like sunlight filtered through leaves, gathered itself in the space across the reading table. He was shaking. He hadn't known he was going to be. He'd thought he was curious, had thought he'd approached this the way he approached most things, systematically, without excessive emotion getting in the way. But his hands were flat on the table and he couldn't quite make them lift, and the light was taking a shape, a human shape, and he could see her face. She looked like him. Or rather, he looked like her. The same eyes, he'd always known his eyes were unusual, had never known why until right now, the same brow, the same quality of stillness that he'd thought was his own until this moment when he saw it on someone else's face and understood it was inherited. She looked at him for a long moment. Harry, she said, and her voice had the quality of Elysium voices, half here, more than half there, present but not quite tethered. Oh, Harry. Look at you. He didn't say anything. His throat had done something that made words structurally unavailable. You're in the underworld, she said, with a kind of wondering calm. You're safe. You're here, in the underworld. How? Someone found me, Harry managed. On Privet Drive. He stopped. Reconsidered. Someone found me. And I live here now. His mother's face did something complicated and immediate and then settled into something that was pain and relief, wounds so tightly together they'd become a single expression. Are you all right? She asked. Really all right? Yes, Harry said. And then, because he was 8 years old and she was his mother and the library was empty, I miss you. I know I can't remember you properly. But I miss something. Does that make sense? Yes, she said softly. That makes perfect sense. He talked to her for an hour. He didn't tell Hades right away, he told Nico first, because telling Nico first was how he processed things, and Nico was quiet for a long time and then said, I'm glad, with a rough edge to his voice that meant he was trying not to think about his own mother. When he told Hades, Hades was quiet for a very long moment, and then said, You soul called without preparation, without a summoning circle, without any ceremonial focus. "Yes," Harry said. "How?" "I just said her name," Harry said. "And she came." Hades looked at the ceiling. Then at Harry. "She is in Elysium?" "Yes." "Then she is well?" "Yes," Harry said. "She said to tell you thank you for looking after me." Another long pause. "She doesn't know me," Hades said. "She knows what you are," Harry said. "And she said the fact that I'm here and not up there means you made a choice. And that choices cost gods things too." Hades turned and walked to the window that looked out over the kingdom and was quiet for a very long time. Harry waited, because he'd learned to read the quality of his silences, and this one needed space. "Can I keep practicing?" Harry asked. "Yes," Hades said, without turning. "You can keep practicing." The physical training was Nico's department and he took it seriously in a way that mostly expressed itself as high standards delivered with sarcasm. Harry was 9 when the sword work started, practice blades, nothing celestial, just the fundamentals of footwork and reach and the essential lesson that a fight is not a performance. You don't look cool in a fight. You survive a fight. "You're telegraphing," Nico said, for the 17th time in the session. "I'm 9, Harry said. "I know how old you are. You're still telegraphing." "Show me again." Nico showed him again, the elbow position, the shoulder drop that preceded a thrust and that an opponent would read before the thrust arrived. Harry watched the way he always watched, with the focus that left no room for self-consciousness, and then he tried it. Better. Still not right. He tried it again. This was how Harry worked, iteration without frustration. He would try something wrong as many times as he needed to in order to get it right, treating each failed attempt as data rather than failure. It was, Nico had decided, either the healthiest or the most uncanny approach to learning he'd ever encountered, and he wasn't sure which. The shadows helped his training too, in ways that made it qualitatively different from any other demigods. They told him where something was before it arrived. They gave him information, the kind of peripheral, instinctive awareness of the world around him that most people had to develop through years of combat experience. Harry had it by default, because the shadows had been his first friends and they had never stopped talking to him. He could shadow travel by 9. Properly, not accidentally, he could choose his destination, hold the path, and arrive without the disorienting stumble that even Nico still occasionally produced. His range was limited, he couldn't go as far or as fast as Nico yet, but the precision was extraordinary. He could step through a shadow, move through the dark space between places, and emerge exactly where he meant to, with a quietness that even Nico found slightly unsettling. "You appear like you're not moving," Nico told him once. "Other shadow travelers arrive. You just are somewhere." "Is that bad?" "It's kind of eerie." Harry considered this. "Good," he said. He was also, by 9, fluent in the language of ghosts. Not just able to hear them, he could hear them the way anyone with the right bloodline could hear them, as background noise, atmospheric static, but genuinely fluent in the way ghosts communicated, which was layered and nonlinear and heavily contextual in ways that most living people found maddening. Ghosts remembered everything and also nothing, and the way they expressed that was by talking in the order that memory surfaced rather than the order events occurred. Harry followed these conversations without effort and responded in kind when he wanted to, and ghosts found him fascinating in return. He was the only living person most of them had spoken to in centuries, in some cases. He was patient and curious and never told them to get to the point, which was apparently a rare quality. Persephone arrived in the summer. The first summer Harry experienced with Persephone in the palace was the most cautiously observed social situation he'd ever participated in. Persephone was not prepared for Harry. She had known, in the abstract, that Hades had taken an immortal child. She'd been told, in the way Hades told her things, which was factually and without excessive preamble, but knowing and arriving to find a small dark-haired boy reading a text in the palace library while 2 ghosts leaned over his shoulders and pointed at passages were different experiences. She stood in the doorway for a moment. Harry looked up. "You must be Persephone," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "And you must be Harry." "I've heard you're very powerful," Harry said. "And that you made the asphodelus grow here, so it wasn't always grey." Persephone looked at the grey asphodelus fields visible through the window. "Who told you that?" "The souls in the outer fields. They remember when it changed." He paused. "They said it smelled like spring. Some of them said it was the best thing that happened to them in centuries." Persephone was quiet for a moment. She had the particular stillness of someone who had been given something they weren't expecting and wasn't sure how to receive it. "Your ghost tutors have good taste," she said finally. "They're not really tutors," Harry said. "They just sit with me when I read. And comment on everything," said one of the ghosts, in Greek, without looking up. "Yes, and comment on everything," Harry agreed. Persephone looked at the ghost, at Harry, at the book, and at the casual domestic impossibility of the whole scene. Then she walked in, sat in the empty chair, and said, "What are you reading?" "Comparative mythology. The way stories about the underworld change between cultures." He held up the book to show her. "They all have rivers and judges and a place for the good and a place for the bad. But the details are different. I'm trying to work out which parts are true and which parts are the mortal world trying to make sense of something too big for the stories they already have." Persephone looked at the book. Then at him. "Which parts do you think are true?" "The rivers," Harry said without hesitation. "The judges. The two destinations." He paused. "And the part about love surviving it. That part's true. I've talked to enough people who came here still carrying it to know." She didn't say anything for a moment. Then she said, very quietly, "How old are you?" 9. "You're very sure about things for 9. Dad says certainty is a tool. Like a sword. You use it when you need it and you don't leave it lying around." Persephone looked at the door through which Hades had presumably gone. "He said that. He also said I wasn't allowed to quote him without context, but I think this is context." She laughed, sudden, unguarded, the kind of laugh that surprises the person doing it. Harry smiled at her, tentative and genuine and entirely without any of the performance that children usually used around adults they were trying to impress. He wasn't trying to impress her. He was just talking to her. And that, more than anything else, was probably what did it. By the end of that summer, she was teaching him herbology that would not have been out of place in any wizarding greenhouse and several things that would have had no place there at all. He was 10 when he found out about the prophecy. Hades told him directly. Nico, afterwards, said that he should have waited, should have let Harry have one more year of not knowing, and Hades said that he had done Harry no favors by not knowing and that children who were kept ignorant of things that shaped their lives developed blind spots that cost them later. And Nico said I was kept ignorant of who my father was for the first 10 years of my life and look how that turned out, and Hades said exactly my point. And the argument had gone from there. Harry had listened to the whole exchange from the doorway before announcing himself. He'd read the prophecy, the full text, which Hades had gotten through channels he declined to specify. He'd read it 3 times. He'd read it once more for good measure. Then he'd set it down on the table in the study and looked at his guardian and said, "So I was always going to have to face him." "The prophecy suggests so," Hades said. "And a man named Dumbledore knew about this and decided the best way to prepare me for it was to put me in a cupboard." "That is a reductive summary of a flawed but not entirely cynical strategy," Hades said. "He believed suffering would create humility, and that humility combined with your mother's sacrifice would make you harder to corrupt and easier to deploy." Harry was quiet. He had learned to be quiet when something required thought rather than reaction. "What does he think now?" he said. "Does he know I'm gone?" "He knows. He has been looking for you for 7 years in ways that are careful enough to suggest he knows better than to ask death directly. But he hasn't found me." "No," Hades said. "He will when I go to Hogwarts." Hades said nothing. I am going, Harry said. It was not a question. I imagined you would want to, Hades said. I want to understand both worlds, Harry said. I want to understand what I am in each of them. And, he paused, and the pause had a careful weight to it, the kind that meant he was choosing what to show. And whoever Voldemort is, whatever he wants, it comes for me eventually. I'd rather meet it on ground I've chosen. He looked at Hades. You taught me that. Hades looked at him for a long, measuring moment. Yes, he said. I did. I'll need a wand. I'm aware. And I'll need to know what he did to survive. The night my mother died. All of it. We'll cover that. Harry nodded. He picked up the prophecy parchment, folded it once, and put it in his pocket with the same calm deliberateness as a person pocketing a grocery list. Then he looked at Hades and said, I'm not afraid of him. I know. I want you to know that I know the difference between not being afraid and not taking it seriously. I'm not underestimating it. I know that too, Hades said, and there was something in his voice that Nico, if he'd heard it, would have called pride, and that Hades would have called something else, but that amounted to the same thing regardless of the word. Harry walked to the door. Then he stopped, hand on the frame, not looking back. Is it okay, he said, quietly. That I'm not afraid? I know people usually are. Fear, Hades said, is what the living invented to make peace with death from a distance. You have never needed that distance. So no. It is not only okay. He paused. It is, perhaps, exactly what was supposed to happen. Harry went. His shadow moved against the palace wall, long and dark and entirely comfortable in the dark, and then it was gone. Hades sat in his chair and looked at the empty table where the prophecy had been, and something that had lived behind his eyes for 7 years, something watchful and concerned and uncertain in ways that gods did not typically admit to being, shifted into something quieter. Not relief, exactly. Readiness. Chapter 2, The Letter and the Living World. The letter arrived the way all Hogwarts letters arrived, by owl, addressed with uncanny specificity, delivered with the dogged persistence that the enchantment on the school's quill demanded regardless of circumstance. The owl got lost for 6 days. This was not entirely the owl's fault. The Underworld did not have conventional postal coordinates, and the enchanted address-finding magic had clearly never been designed with the Palace of Hades, the Underworld, beyond the veil as a possible destination. The owl, a tawny, serious-looking creature that had no doubt completed thousands of deliveries without incident, emerged from a shadow in the main corridor looking thoroughly disoriented and deeply offended, sat on the nearest sconce for approximately 2 minutes while it collected itself, then located Harry by smell and dropped the letter on his head. Harry was eating breakfast. He caught the letter before it hit his eggs, looked at the address, Mr. H. Potter, the Palace of the Dead, the Underworld, and then looked at the owl, which had landed on the table and was eyeing his toast with professional detachment. You can have some, Harry said, breaking off a corner and setting it down. He turned the letter over in his hands. The Hogwarts seal. Red wax. The crest with its 4 quadrants. He'd seen it in books, wizarding history, magical institutions, the structure of the British magical community. He'd been thorough about his research, because that was how he was about most things. He opened it. Read it once. Read it again. Set it down flat on the table and looked at it. Well? Nico said from the doorway. He was leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, watching the owl eat toast with an expression of mild suspicion. Is it what you thought? Yes, Harry said. September 1st. Platform 9 3/4. Standard first-year supply list. He looked up. I'll need to go to Diagon Alley. I'm aware. You're coming. Obviously. Harry looked back at the letter. Then at the owl, which had finished the toast and was now staring at him with the focused intensity of something waiting for a reply. He found a piece of parchment and a stack of things he kept at the table for morning reading, wrote confirmed, will attend, and tied it to the owl's leg. The owl looked at him. Then at the shadow in the corner of the room. Then back at him. You can go back through the corridor, Harry said. Turn left at the asphodelus, right at the river Lethe, and the exit shadow is behind the third column. Don't touch the water. The owl flew toward the corridor with, Harry felt, excessive dignity. Nico sat down across from him. Dad wants to come to Diagon Alley. I figured. He says he won't. He says you and I can manage it. But he spent 45 minutes yesterday reviewing a map of the street's layout, which is not behavior consistent with not coming. Harry broke the rest of his toast into careful pieces. Tell him I'd like him to come. But he should wear something that doesn't look like it came from the 4th century. He's going to hate that. He can hate it in clothes that don't make people stare. Nico tilted his head. You're not worried about people staring at us anyway. Harry looked at him. At the dark eyes, the dangerous stillness, the jacket that probably hadn't been bought anywhere in the living world. Then he looked at himself, small for his age, with glasses he'd needed since he was 7 and that Persephone had charmed to sit properly on his face, with hair that did exactly what it wanted and green eyes that people invariably found startling. He was also, at this point, accompanied by a faint shadow presence that even people with no magical sight whatsoever sometimes perceived as a subtle wrongness, a sense of something just outside normal standing just slightly too close. No, he said. I'm not worried about people staring. I'm worried about Dad making people faint. Hades wore a black suit. This was not, technically, a concession, since Hades essentially always wore black, but the suit was modern, or modern adjacent, and he wore it with the specific expression of a man who has been asked to do something reasonable and has chosen to be annoyed about it anyway. They shadow traveled to a point 3 streets from the Leaky Cauldron. Harry had been to London twice before, both times with Nico, both times at night. This was mid-morning, the city loud and bright and moving at the speed that living cities moved, and Harry stepped out of the shadow into it and let it settle around him. London smelled like exhaust and food and the specific warm grey smell of a city that hadn't seen enough sun. He could hear the press of souls in it, not distinctly, not individually, just the general hum of the living, which was different from the hum of the dead in a way that was hard to describe. The dead were settled. The living were still deciding. Hades stepped out of the shadow behind him. He looked at the street. The street looked back, metaphorically, in the way that a crowded urban street absorbed new presences, and 2 people walking past gave him the instinctive wide berth that most mortals gave to very large dogs and people who had that particular quality of presence that said don't. It's loud, Hades said. Yes, Harry agreed. I like it. They found the Leaky Cauldron. Hades walked through the door and every person in the pub, roughly 14, mid-morning quiet, had the simultaneous instinct to look at their drinks, not because anything threatening had happened, simply because the room had reorganized itself around a new gravitational point and it was easier to pretend not to notice. The barman, Tom, started to say something welcoming and then didn't, which was probably wise. Harry tapped the bricks in the back wall. The archway opened. He walked through into Diagon Alley and stopped for a moment at the entrance. He'd read about it. Had spoken to souls who'd spent their lives here, shopkeepers, wand-makers, apothecaries, witches and wizards who'd gone about the ordinary business of magical life on this street for decades before arriving in the Underworld. He'd constructed it from their memories and descriptions, and it was closer than most things were to their descriptions. But alive in a way descriptions never quite captured, the color of it, the noise, the sheer density of magical signatures layering over each other like a conversation everyone was having at once. He'd been around magic his entire conscious life. His own, Nico's, Hades, Persephone's, the vast slow magic of the underworld itself. He recognized the wizard magic as distinct from all of those, a different idiom, differently structured. But underneath the structures, something resonated. Same root, he said, half to himself. What? Nico said. Magic. All of it. It's the same thing underneath, structured differently. He looked at the street. Like languages. Different grammar, same capacity for meaning. Nico looked at the street. "You're going to be very annoying in Hogwarts," he said, with genuine affection. They went to Gringotts first. This had required some prior arrangement. Hades had made contact, through channels, through the older compact between the gods of the dead and the beings who governed the vaults of the earth, and the goblins had been notified that a vault existed, that it belonged to a child under Hades' protection, and that access would be required. The goblin who met them at the main desk was called Sharpclaw, and he had the expression of a professional who had been given unusual information and had decided to treat it as routine because the alternative was more paperwork. He looked at Harry. "You have your key?" "No key," Harry said. "The vault is under the Underworld compact." Sharpclaw looked at Hades. Hades looked back, which was something Sharpclaw clearly found slightly more challenging than he wanted to admit but managed professionally. "Identification," Sharpclaw said. Hades placed 2 fingers on the desk. The stone of the counter changed under them, darkened, restructured slightly, became briefly and unmistakably the kind of stone that was found only in one place. Sharpclaw looked at the impression. Then at Hades. "That will be sufficient," he said, and led them down. The Potter vault was exactly what Harry had imagined, deep and old and full of the accumulated wealth of a family that had been considerable for generations. He took what he needed for the school list and supplies, adding extra because he had no intention of coming back if he could avoid it, and pocketed the money in a pouch that Persephone had made, which kept an accurate running total in tiny script on the outside. Practical magic. He appreciated practical magic. On the way back up in the cart, Harry watched the vaults pass and thought about the lives they represented, the families, the things they'd valued enough to lock away. Nico watched him watching. "Don't get philosophical in the cart," Nico said. "It makes me motion sick to watch." "That's not how motion sickness works. It is when the philosophical is happening this fast." Madame Malkin's was straightforward. The witch who measured him was efficient and pleasant, and Harry stood on the stool and let her work and looked at himself in the mirror with the clinical interest of someone making an inventory. He was small for his age, not as small as he'd been at 4, obviously, but he'd never been large and he suspected he wasn't going to be. He was lean and quick and had the kind of build that Nico called built for surviving things rather than built for winning arm wrestling, which Harry considered a reasonable trade. "Hogwarts?" Madame Malkin asked pleasantly. "Yes," Harry said. "First year. You'll be starting with, oh, there's another boy here for Hogwarts robes." The boy in question was blonde, pale, and standing in the middle section of the shop with an air of someone for whom the world arranged itself as a matter of course. He looked at Harry with the casual assessment of someone who was used to sorting people quickly. "Hogwarts," the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "Which house do you think you'll be in?" Harry considered this. "I don't know yet. Depends what the hat makes of me. Slytherin for me, definitely. My whole family's been Slytherin." The boy said it with the pride of established fact. "What's your name?" "Harry." "Harry what?" "Harry," Harry said again, pleasantly, and turned back to the mirror. The boy blinked. He clearly wasn't used to the second question being declined. He tried a different approach. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." "Hello," Harry said. "My father says," Draco started, and then seemed to realize that "my father says" was a conversational gambit that worked better on people who either knew who his father was or cared, and that Harry appeared to be neither. He recalibrated. "Are you Muggle-born?" "No." "Half-blood?" "Does it matter?" Draco had the look of someone who'd been asked a question he'd never had to actually think about before. His answer, whatever it was, seemed to die somewhere between his brain and his mouth as he genuinely processed whether it did, in fact, matter, and whether the honest answer to that question reflected well on him. It was, Harry thought, the most interesting 10 seconds Draco Malfoy had probably ever spent. "I suppose it doesn't," Draco said, a bit stiffly, if you're any good. I hope so, Harry said. Madame Malkin announced his robes were done. Harry stepped off the stool, collected them, and walked back to where Nico was waiting by the door, showing every sign of having found the exchange entertaining. That was a Malfoy, Nico said quietly, as they left. I know. Lucius Malfoy's file was in one of the history texts on pureblood political families. Harry glanced back at the shop window. The son's interesting. He's performing things he's been told to perform, but I think there's something different underneath. It'll probably get beaten out of him. Nico looked at him. You got all that from 3 minutes. 2.5. And the shadows listen even when I'm not asking. Flourish and blots consumed 40 minutes more than strictly necessary, purely because Harry lost himself between the shelves with the particular focus of someone who finds a bookshop the most immediately comprehensible environment in the living world. He bought everything on the list plus 8 additional texts that weren't, which Nico paid for on the grounds that arguing about it would take longer than the purchase. Hades waited outside. He stood on the street of Diagon Alley with his hands in his pockets and the ambient quality of something very old waiting with genuine patience. Several witches and wizards walked past him and then walked back the way they'd come, which happened too consistently to be coincidence. One very small child stopped, looked up at him, and said, "Are you a giant?" with genuine curiosity, to which Hades said, "No," in a tone that was not unkind but nevertheless made the child's mother collect him very quickly. Harry emerged with a stack of books. He looked at Hades. "There's one more stop." "I know," Hades said. Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dim and smelled of sawdust and something else, something older, something that had nothing to do with wood and everything to do with the material at the cores of the wands stacked in their boxes on the shelves that rose higher than the eye comfortably followed. Harry stepped through the door and immediately felt the change in atmosphere, the way the room's enchantment responded to him, like a room full of sleeping animals all shifting slightly at once. One box fell from the top shelf. Then another. Then, without fanfare, 7 more, in sequence, landing on the table with soft definitive sounds while a thin, pale-eyed old man materialized from between the shelves with the quality of someone who had seen many remarkable things in his life and added this to the catalogue without apparent distress. Ollivander looked at Harry. His silver eyes did the thing Harry had heard about, the assessing sweep, the reading of magical signature, the look that went through rather than at. It stayed on Harry longer than it probably usually stayed on people. "Remarkable," Ollivander said quietly. "Hello," Harry said. "I remember every wand I've ever sold," Ollivander said. He moved closer, which most people in Harry's experience did not do without slowing down when they got near him. Ollivander didn't slow down, because Ollivander was paying attention to something that outranked discomfort. "Your mother. Willow. 10.25 inches. Swishy. Excellent for charms." He paused. "Your father. Mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." Another pause, deeper, more considered. "And you." "And me," Harry agreed. "Let's try." Ollivander reached past Harry and plucked one of the boxes that had fallen from the shelf. "Dragon heartstring. Beechwood. 9 inches." He held it out. Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, the box beside it flew off the table. Not explosively. It slid off with a deliberate quality, like a hand being raised. "No," Ollivander said, apparently agreeing with the box. He took that wand back, unopened the new box. "Phoenix feather. Maple. 11 inches." He held it out. The other 8 boxes rearranged themselves. Harry took the maple wand. Something happened, not the warmth he'd read about, not the shower of sparks. Something different. The shadows in the corner of the shop leaned toward him, slightly, like flowers orienting to light, except it was dark. The wand was doing something, he could feel it responding, a flicker of the wizard magic idiom he'd recognized in the alley, but it felt like something settling against him rather than fitting. A partial fit. Ollivander took it back with an expression that was fascinated rather than frustrated. He looked at the boxes that had fallen. He looked at Harry. "May I ask," he said, very carefully, "where you've been trained?" "I haven't," Harry said. "Not in wizarding magic." "No," Ollivander said. "No, you haven't. But you've been trained in something." He turned and went between the shelves. The sounds of boxes being moved drifted back, and then a longer silence, and then Ollivander returned carrying a box that was older than the others, older than the shop, Harry thought, the wood of the box itself carrying the feel of something that had been waiting rather than simply stored. He opened it. The wand inside was 13 inches. Dark wood, darker than normal, with a grain that caught the light wrong, absorbed it slightly, drank it in. It had the look of something that had been made specifically rather than generally, crafted toward a particular purpose rather than the general purpose of channeling a witch or wizard's innate magic. "This," Ollivander said, with a tone Harry couldn't quite classify, "has been here for a very long time. It doesn't come out for most customers." He looked at Harry. "I won't tell you what's in the core, because I think you'll know the moment you hold it." Harry looked at the wand. It wasn't pointing toward him the way he'd read about, wasn't reaching. It was just lying there, with the quality of something that had already decided. He picked it up. The warmth was immediate, total, and felt like two things at once, the wizard magic he'd felt in every wand he'd tried, that human magical resonance, but also something underneath it, or through it, or woven into it. The shadows in the corner of the shop went completely still for one breath and then flooded toward him, gently, like a tide coming in. The box the wand had been in turned cold. Not unpleasantly cold, cold like deep water, like stone that had never seen sun, like the corridor outside the Hall of Judgment at 3 a.m. He looked at Ollivander. Ollivander was looking back with an expression that was, for the first time since Harry had walked in, something other than professionally delighted. "Shadow thread," Ollivander said quietly. "From the veil. A thread of the actual veil. I've had it for 60 years and I have never once found a customer who could hold that wand without it going cold and rejecting them." He paused. "It appears to have been waiting." "For what?" Harry asked. Ollivander looked at him with those silver eyes. "For someone who doesn't need to be afraid of what it is." Harry curled his fingers around the wand. It was warm now, warm the way things went warm when they recognized something, the way the palace corridors went warm when he came home from a long training session. He could feel both idioms of magic in it, the wizard magic and the death magic, wound around each other, each making the other more precise. He put it down on the counter. "I'll take it." Ollivander looked at him for one long, waited moment. 7 galleons, he said. "And, I think I should tell you, Mr. Potter, that the wand which gave you your scar, the one whose brother this wand is kin to, though not a twin, is made of you as well." He tilted his head. "That is not a coincidence. The wand lore of this is, I think, going to be extraordinary." Harry took out 7 galleons from Persephone's counting pouch and placed them on the counter. "Thank you," he said. He walked out. Hades was still on the street, in the same position he'd been in. He looked at the wand in Harry's hand. Something registered, not surprise, precisely, but recognition. "Shadow thread," he said. "Yes." Hades looked away down the street. "Fitting," he said, and that was all, but the word had a weight to it that Harry recognized. Fitting from Hades did not mean lucky or coincidental. It meant as it should be, which was a different thing altogether. They were in the apothecary when Harry saw Quirrell. Nico had gone ahead to look at the potion's ingredients while Harry lingered near the front of the shop, checking items off the list with the methodical satisfaction of a person who loved lists. The shop was moderately busy, mid-afternoon now, families with children working through the same supply list, older students doing refills. Normal wizarding commerce. The man came in through the door with a twitch about him, a nervous energy that was the first thing Harry noticed. The way nervous energy was always the first thing Harry noticed because the dead were never nervous, and so it stood out in the living like a misplaced note in music. He was wearing a purple turban and had the look of someone who was performing anxiety rather than simply having it. Harry knew the difference between real fear and the performance of fear because he'd seen both, had talked to enough souls who'd processed their lives in the underworld to have a thorough taxonomy of human emotion. This was performed fear. Which meant it was covering something. The second thing Harry noticed was the smell. Faint, deeply wrong, the kind of smell that existed below regular sensory thresholds for most people but that Harry had been calibrated to read his entire life. It was the smell of something that was not living but was also not dead. Not quite. Something in between, something that had found a crack in the usual rules and was occupying it with the determined persistence of something that refused to accept the answer it had been given. He looked at Quirrell without looking at him, in the way he'd learned to observe without observing, with his peripheral vision and his shadow reading, registering information without making it visible that he was registering it. Quirrell browsed. He picked up 3 items, brought them to the counter. His eyes moved across the shop with the casual frequency of someone who was checking rather than looking. Harry added a second jar of beetle eyes to his basket, not because he needed them, but because it gave him another 30 seconds in the shop, which was enough time to have the shadows tell him the rest. The shadows in the corners of the apothecary had opinions. The dead not dead smell was coming from the turban, specifically, or more specifically from behind the turban. The shadow thread there was strange, not solid, like a living person's, not dissolved, like a proper ghost's. Frayed, Harry thought. Like a rope that had been cut and then knotted back together, improperly. Quirrell paid for his items, twitched twice, and left. Nico appeared at Harry's shoulder. "What are you looking at?" "The door," Harry said. "Who teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this year?" Nico pulled out his phone, charmed, as always, to work anywhere, and scrolled briefly. He'd made it his business to know the school's current staff, because Harry was going there and preparedness was non-negotiable. New appointment this year. Quirinus Quirrell. Previously taught Muggle studies, went abroad, came back, different, apparently. Different how? Different enough that the staff noticed. Why? Harry set his basket on the counter. "The man who just left," he said. "He smells like something that's caught between living and dead. Like a soul that's been cut and restitched." He looked at Nico. "I've never smelled that on a living person before." Nico was quiet. "That could be dark magic," he said. "There are rituals. Ways of splitting something." "Yes," Harry said. A pause. "You think it's him," Nico said. "Voldemort." "I think something is using that man as a place to live," Harry said, in the same tone he might use to note an interesting passage in a book. He put his galleons on the counter and collected his parcels. "I want to see what he does at Hogwarts before I do anything about it. Harry, if I remove it now, here, in the middle of a shop in Diagon Alley, what happens to Quirrell? What happens to the investigation? What do we learn?" He looked at Nico steadily. "The version of me Dad raised does not solve things by hitting them first. I want to understand the problem completely before I decide how to end it." Nico looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, very dryly, "You're going to be insufferably calm about this all year, aren't you?" "Probably," Harry agreed. "I'm going to worry the entire time." "I know. I'm going to need you to check in at least once a week." "I know. And if at any point something escalates beyond what you can, I'll call," Harry said. "I promise." Nico picked up 2 of the heavier parcels without being asked. "Good," he said. "Now let's find Dad before he's reorganized the entire street by gravitational pull." Hades had not reorganized the street, but he had acquired a piece of information that Nico found more alarming than if he had. He was standing where they'd left him, apparently unchanged, except for a slight alteration in the quality of his attention, that focused, angled inward look that meant he'd been receiving information from one of his subordinate spirits while they were inside. "The owl," he said, as they approached. "Sorry," Harry said. "The owl that delivered your letter. It came from Hogwarts, which means the school's enchantment found you, which means the school's enchantment now knows where the Underworld is." Nico closed his eyes briefly. "That's a security problem." "It is a minor security concern that I have already addressed," Hades said. "The enchantment will find a location in the Underworld if queried again. Specifically, it will find a small administrative office on the Asphodel border that I have designated for correspondence." He paused. "It will also find that the office is staffed by a shade who will receive correspondence and handle it with appropriate discretion." Harry looked at him. "You set up a Hogwarts liaison office in the Underworld." "I set up a room," Hades said. "It has a desk. And a shade." He was bored. Harry looked at Nico. Nico shrugged with the specific fluency of someone who had lived with Hades long enough to recognize that this was just how his father engaged with logistical problems, completely, disproportionately, with total commitment to the execution. "What else?" Harry asked, because there was something else. The quality of Hades' attention had not fully relaxed. Hades looked at him. "Dumbledore has been looking for you. He has intensified his search in the last several days. The timing suggests he received notification from Hogwarts registration enchantment when your acceptance was confirmed. He knows I'm coming. He will know a Harry Potter is coming. He does not know what that means yet." Harry thought about this, walking back through the leaky cauldron toward the Muggle Street. He thought about the letter that had started the whole year of his life that had defined everything, the one Dumbledore had written, that Nico had read in a cold hallway at number 4, that had explained in careful, reasonable language why a 4-year-old child in a cupboard was the optimal solution to a magical war. He wasn't angry about it. He'd examined the anger 7 years ago, turned it over, understood it, and put it in the appropriate place. Anger at a man for making a calculation, even a wrong one, even a cruel one, was less useful than understanding what had made the calculation feel reasonable to him. Understanding that was the tool. Anger was just noise. But he was, he thought, very interested to meet Dumbledore. They stepped out onto the Muggle Street. The afternoon light hit him, real sunlight, the kind the Underworld approximated but never quite replicated, golden and direct and carrying with it the smell of the city and the particular feeling of being in a place where things grew. He lifted his face to it for a moment, the way he did every time he came to the surface. The way he did because he'd learned to notice it, to log it, to understand the difference between where he came from and where he was going. "Dad," he said. Hades looked at him. "Thank you," Harry said. "For coming today." Hades was quiet for a moment. "You've been preparing for this for 2 years," he said. "I was not going to send you to it without seeing it first." "I know." Harry adjusted the strap of his bag. "But you came anyway. So. Thank you." The street moved around them, a London afternoon in full swing, taxis and pigeons and people moving with the forward-leaning energy of lives in progress. Hades stood in it and looked at Harry with the expression Nico had privately named, the one that means something that would probably be called affection if anyone asked him directly and that he would deny. "Your bag," Hades said, "is going to give you a problem at the barrier." "I'll manage it." "The books are heavy." "I'll manage it." "Nico will, he'll be fine," Harry said. "I'll be fine. We'll both be fine." Hades looked at Nico. "He's always been this confident." "Since he was 4, Nico said. "It's honestly impressive how consistent it is." They stepped into a shadow and were gone, and the afternoon went on around the absence of them, and in the back of Ollivander's shop, the old wand box that had held a 13-inch wand for 60 years slowly warmed to room temperature for the first time in its existence, as if something that had been held very tightly had finally been allowed to let go. The day before September 1st, Harry sat on the edge of the river Styx and watched the water move. Not in the water. Not close enough to touch it. Just at the edge, where the stone gave way to the bank and the river ran past with its voice of layered whispers. He'd sat here hundreds of times over the years, because the sticks thought loudly, it was always talking, always carrying the weight of every oath ever sworn on it, and there was something clarifying about sitting next to something that full and just listening. Nico found him there an hour before dinner. "You're not having second thoughts," Nico said. It was not a question. He knew Harry too well for questions. "No," Harry said. "I'm saying goodbye." Nico sat down. He didn't say "you'll be back," because it was obvious, and Nico had broken himself of the habit of saying obvious things for comfort years ago. He just sat there, shoulder an inch from Harry's shoulder, watching the river with him. "I talked to Mum today," Harry said. "Yeah." She said Hogwarts was the first place she ever felt like she made sense. Said it felt like coming home. He picked up a small stone and turned it in his fingers. "I've never felt like I didn't make sense, but I've also never been in a place full of people who are like me. Not really. The Underworld it's mine, completely, it's home, but everyone there is dead or divine, and I'm neither." "You're a lot more divine than you think," Nico said. "That's not what I meant." "I know." Nico was quiet. "I didn't have a home like this at your age. I had a hotel casino in Las Vegas and a lot of confusion." He looked at the river. "Hogwarts is going to be full of people your age who've never met anyone like you. They're not going to know what to do with you." "Good," Harry said. Nico laughed. "You're going to walk in there and completely rearrange their sense of normal, aren't you?" "I'm just going to be there," Harry said. "What they make of it is up to them." They sat in silence for a while, the sticks running past them and the underworld spreading out behind them and the first stars, whatever passed for stars here, the light that filtered through the veil in ways that looked, from below, exactly like the night sky, beginning to appear overhead. Harry looked at them. "Nico," he said. "Yeah. If something happens, if something goes badly wrong and I need to come back in a hurry, I'll feel it," Nico said. "Shadow travel is a two-way thread. If you're in serious trouble, I'll know. And I'll come." "I'm not asking you to rescue me," Harry said. "I can manage. I just meant, if I need to come home quickly." Nico looked at him. In the dim light of the underworld, with the sticks running past them and the dark palace behind them, Harry looked exactly like what he was, a child who had grown up in an extraordinary place and was about to step into a world that had no framework for him. 11 years old, with death shadows that moved like they liked him, a wand made from the veil itself, and the unbothered certainty of someone who had never had to be afraid of the dark. "You can always come home," Nico said. Harry nodded. He put the stone down, set it gently on the bank, not throwing it, the sticks not being a river you threw things into carelessly, and stood up, dusting off his trousers. "I'm going to pack," he said. "You already packed." "I'm going to repack. More efficiently." It was already efficient. "It can be more efficient," Harry said, walking back toward the palace. "There's always room for improvement." Nico watched him go. The shadows followed him, all the way to the door, and then settled at the threshold the way shadows did when they were waiting, and would keep waiting for as long as it took, with the patience of things that understood perfectly well that the person they belonged to would always come back. He was the kind of person who always came back. Chapter 3, Platform 9 3/4 King's Cross Station at 11 in the morning was exactly as chaotic as Harry had expected and slightly more chaotic than he'd prepared for. He'd been to London stations before, once with Nico, briefly, changing routes on a surface excursion, but he'd never been inside one at peak movement, never been inside one while also managing a trolley loaded with a trunk, an owl cage containing a tawny owl Persephone had given him the night before with the instruction to name him something with dignity, and the particular social complexity of being 11 years old in a crowd without anyone he knew. Nico had come with him to the barrier. He'd insisted, in the way he insisted on things that he'd already decided and was simply informing Harry of, and Harry had agreed because he'd wanted the company and wasn't above admitting it. They'd shadow traveled to a point 2 streets from the station and walked the rest, because arriving from a shadow at King's Cross on September 1st with a trunk and an owl was the kind of thing that got noticed. The owl was named Thanatos, because Persephone had said with dignity and Harry had taken that as both instruction and challenge. Thanatos, Nico said flatly, when Harry had announced it. She said with dignity. She meant something like Athena or Apollo or, Thanatos is dignified, Harry said. He's the personification of gentle death. He has excellent posture. He's an owl, Harry. Thanatos had looked at Nico with the heavy-lidded judgment that owls performed extremely well, and Nico had looked back, and the matter had been settled. They found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry had read about it extensively, had discussed the mechanics of it with one of the souls in the outer fields who'd been a Hogwarts professor in the 1940s, and knew it was straightforward, a non-reinforced enchanted barrier that allowed magical passage to anyone carrying a Hogwarts ticket. Simple permeation magic. Walk through. He looked at it, and then at Nico. You're not coming through, Harry said. I know. The enchantment keys to Hogwarts-bound passengers. I know. So this is it, Harry said. Until the winter holidays. Nico looked at him with the expression Harry recognized as the one that meant Nico was doing the thing where he kept his face neutral because the alternative was doing something he'd decided was excessive. You'll write, Nico said. Every week. Thanatos can find the Underworld. He found a necromantic palace in the realm of the dead on his first delivery last night. He'll manage. Nico was quiet for a moment. A family pushed past them with a trolley, a red-haired boy looking back at the barrier with excitement, an older sister trying to look bored and failing. The station noise swelled and contracted. If Quirrell, Nico started. I'm handling it. If it escalates before you think it will, I'll call. If Dumbledore tries to, Nico, Harry said. What? I've been raised by the god of the dead for 7 years. I've trained with you since I was 9. I can shadow travel to 3 continents and soul call by name and hold a conversation with any ghost on the planet. I have a wand made from the veil of death and I'm starting to suspect it's not even the most dangerous thing I carry. He looked at his brother steadily. I'm going to be fine. Nico looked at him. Then, very quietly, he said, I know you are. You're going to a place I can't follow and that is its own specific category of annoying. You went to places I couldn't follow for years, Harry said. Camp Half-Blood. Percy's quests. I handled it. You were 6. I was worried at 6. I'm fine at 11. Nico made a sound that conceded the argument without fully surrendering the feeling behind it. He put one hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, quick, deliberate, and then stepped back. Don't let Dumbledore steer you, he said. And don't let anyone convince you that what you are needs to be smaller. Harry nodded once. He straightened the trolley, checked that Thanatos was secure, and walked through the barrier. The magic of it was a half-second of pressure, like the Underworld entrance but lighter, domestic, a door rather than a threshold. And then platform 9 3/4 opened up ahead of him, steam and noise and the scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express sitting at the platform like a declaration, and Harry stopped for one full breath and took it in. It was extraordinary in the way that things were extraordinary when they were exactly themselves, when the reality matched the weight of what they represented. The train was old and brilliant and breathing steam into the September air, and the platform around it was full of families and children and the particular electric anticipation of a beginning. Harry had lived with death long enough to understand beginnings with unusual clarity. The dead mourned them. The recently arrived held them like jewels in the Hall of Judgment, turning them over in the accounting of a life. He was 11 years old and he was beginning something. He moved through the crowd with the effortless navigation of someone who had learned to read spaces from shadows, found a compartment toward the rear of the train that was empty, loaded his trunk into the overhead rack with the efficiency of someone who had done more physically demanding things, settled Thanatos' cage beside him, and sat down. Thanatos looked at him from behind the cage bars with considerable self-possession. We're fine, Harry told him. Thanatos blinked once, slowly, which was either agreement or dismissal, and Harry had decided early in their acquaintance that the distinction probably didn't matter. The red-haired boy appeared in the compartment door 20 minutes before departure, with the specific posture of someone who had looked in several compartments and found them all occupied by people he didn't want to navigate. "Mind if everywhere else is full," he said. "Go ahead," Harry said. He dropped into the seat across with the relief of someone who'd been carrying something down. He had freckles and a smudge on his nose and the kind of open expression that Harry recognized as genuinely open rather than performed openness, which was notable because most open expressions he'd encountered were the second kind. "Ron Weasley," the boy said. "Harry." "Harry what?" Harry had been asked this question twice now. He considered it with the same brief deliberation. "Potter," he said. He'd decided, after the visit to Gringotts, that there was no useful purpose in maintaining the name Hades had added. Harry Perseus as a Hogwarts and Wizarding World name was more complication than it was worth. Ron's expression went through a rapid sequence: surprise, a kind of instinctive social recalibration, and then, after a beat, the look of someone trying very hard to not make a thing of something. "Oh," he said. "Right. Harry Potter. So that's," he stopped. "Sorry. I'm doing the thing." "The thing?" Harry said. "My mum warned me about it. She said when we meet famous people we shouldn't, but I've been looking forward to Hogwarts for so long, and Fred and George said you might be on the train, and I said that's mad, and then," he stopped himself. "Is the scar actually shaped like a bolt of lightning?" Harry pushed his hair back. "Yes." Ron looked at it with the frank curiosity of someone who had not yet learned to dress fascination as disinterest. "Wicked," he said, and then caught himself. "Sorry. Was that rude?" "No," Harry said. He let his hair fall back. "There are ruder things to be curious about." Ron settled. It was visible, the tension of the famous person awareness dissolving into the simpler business of two people sitting in a train compartment. He pulled out something from his pocket, unwrapped it, looked at it, and then looked at Harry. "Corned beef. Mum always makes corned beef and I hate corned beef." "Do you want?" "I'm all right," Harry said. "Thank you." "Have you read?" Ron pointed at the book on the seat beside Harry, The Annotated History of Magical Britain, which was not on the standard reading list and which Harry had bought at Flourish and Blotts for reasons of personal interest rather than academic requirement. "That's not a school book." "No," Harry said. "I'm catching up." "On history?" "On the Wizarding World generally." He watched Ron's face process this. "I didn't grow up in it." "You didn't?" "But, with relatives?" "Your aunt and uncle." "I heard, my aunt and uncle," Harry said, carefully, "were not part of the Wizarding World. I grew up somewhere else." Ron was curious but had basic social judgment, and the basic social judgment told him that somewhere else had been said with a finality that meant he didn't need to push. "Right," he said. "Well, I can help. With wizarding stuff. I grew up in it, obviously. I've got 6 brothers, well, 5, Percy's practically a professor already, doesn't count as a brother anymore, just an authority figure who's wrong about everything." He said it with the comfortable contempt of a sibling who loves unconditionally and critiques constantly. Harry found himself smiling. "Is Hogwarts what you expected?" "Haven't seen it yet," Ron said. "But Dad works at the ministry, he says Hogwarts is the most magical place in Britain. More concentrated magic than anywhere else in the country." "I believe that," Harry said. "What house do you think you'll be in?" "I genuinely don't know," Harry said, and meant it. "I'll be Gryffindor," Ron said, with the resignation of someone who has considered alternatives and concluded they were theoretical. "All my family's been Gryffindor." "What about your family?" Harry thought about this. About the right answer and the available answer and the answer that was actually true. "My family doesn't have a Hogwarts house history," he said. "I'm starting fresh." Ron looked at this from several angles and apparently decided it sounded freeing. Lucky, he said. The compartment door opened again, and this time it was a girl, bushy brown hair, an expression of organized intent, and the posture of someone who was working through a task list in real time. She looked at both of them with the efficient survey of someone assessing who was present and whether introductions were required. She clearly concluded they were. Hermione Granger, she said. Have either of you seen a toad? A boy called Neville's lost one. No toad, Ron said. She looked at Harry. He shook his head. She registered Thanatos. That's a beautiful owl, she said, in the slightly surprised tone of someone who had expected to feel nothing about an owl and had been wrong. Thank you, Harry said. His name's Thanatos. Hermione's expression went through the same sequence Harry had started to recognize as the marker of people who'd done their classical reading. The personification of death, she said. Yes, Harry said. That's, she looked at him. Looked at the book beside him. Looked back at his face with the specific focused attention of someone who was recategorizing information in real time. You're Harry Potter, she said. Yes, Harry said. She sat down. I read about you, she said, in the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century and also in a history of Hogwarts. You're in all three. Your parents are in all three. There's quite a lot written about what you might be like. She paused. You're not what any of it suggested. What did it suggest? Harry asked, genuinely curious. That you'd probably be either arrogant and self-important, because fame does that, or desperately modest and overwhelmed, because being raised by muggles and suddenly discovering all of this would cause that. She looked at him steadily. You're neither. No, Harry agreed. Why not? It was the most direct question anyone had asked him all day, and Harry appreciated directness the way he appreciated most things that were exactly what they were. I grew up differently than everyone expects, he said. I've known about magic, about what I am, both sides of it, since I was very young. It's not new information. Hermione looked at him with an expression that he thought meant she was filing this away for future inquiry. I'm Muggle-born, she said. I found out I was a witch 2 years ago, and I've been reading everything since then. I've memorized all the course textbooks. She paused, then added, with a quality that was honesty rather than boasting, I learn very quickly. So do I, Harry said. We'll probably get along. She looked slightly startled, like she hadn't expected that conclusion, and then something in her expression settled into something warmer. Ron had been watching this exchange with the look of someone watching a tennis match. He offered a chocolate frog with the energy of a person wanting to contribute. Hermione took one. Harry took one. The three of them sat in the compartment as the train moved through the English countryside, and the conversation found its own rhythm, easy and quick, jumping between subjects with the natural velocity of three people who thought fast and had a lot to say. Ron knew the wizarding world from the inside, the political structures, the families, the sport, the culture, the weight of being the sixth child in a line of accomplished people. Hermione knew the textbooks and the theory and the categories of magic and had opinions about all of them, strong opinions, expressed with the confidence of someone who had verified everything she believed at least twice. Harry knew things that neither of them knew at all, and those things surfaced in the conversation in ways that he gauged carefully, enough to be real, not enough to overwhelm. He mentioned, once, that he'd read about the unforgivable curses. Hermione started to explain what they were. Harry said, Imperius, Cruciatus, killing curse, and then said, I know what they do, in a tone that was simply factual, and Hermione stopped mid-explanation and looked at him and clearly decided there was an entire conversation available there that they would have at a different time. Ron tried to do a spell, turned his rat scabbers over in his hands, recited something Fred or George had apparently told him would turn the rat yellow, and produced nothing, because the spell was either fake or incorrectly worded. Harry looked at the rat with the shadow awareness he applied to most things and noted, briefly and without visible reaction, that the rat had an unusual quality to its soul signature, layered in a way that animals weren't usually layered. He filed this away. It was one of approximately 7 things he'd noted in the last 6 hours that required future investigation. He was starting a list. The castle appeared out of the dark. They'd crossed a lake in small boats, a tradition, apparently, first years always crossed by boat, because Hogwarts traditions existed with the permanence of stone and the force of habit become ritual. Harry had sat in his boat and watched the castle materialize from the dark and the lake water and the September mist, and it was large, was the first thing, genuinely large in the way that places built to hold significance usually were, all towers and battlements and lit windows spreading up from the cliff edge like something that had grown there rather than been constructed. But underneath the size, underneath the architectural weight of it, he felt something else. Magic. Dense, layered, older than the castle itself, older than the stones, as if the magic predated the building and the building had been put up inside it rather than the other way round. He could feel it the way he felt the underworld's ambient power, as a pressure, a hum, something that responded to his presence the way spaces with deep enchantment always responded to people who carried their own. It felt like the castle was paying attention. He ran his hand along the side of the boat, letting his fingers trail in the dark water, and the shadows below the surface moved. "Don't touch the lake," Hermione said automatically, from the boat alongside. "I'm fine," Harry said. Something in the lake's depths moved away from his hand gently, curious rather than threatening. He didn't tell Hermione about it. She'd read about the giant squid. She'd probably want to discuss the zoological implications at a length that was better suited to a different evening. McGonagall met them in the entrance hall. She was exactly as Harry had imagined from the descriptions, precise, upright, with the quality of someone who had seen several generations of students and organized their expectations accordingly. She looked at the first years assembling with the experienced survey of someone counting and assessing simultaneously. Her eyes passed over Harry. Stopped. Returned. He waited. She looked at him for a second longer than she'd looked at anyone else, with the expression of someone who had received a piece of information they weren't sure what to do with, and then she moved on. The ghosts arrived. Harry watched them with the comfortable interest of someone encountering a familiar category of being in a new context. The Hogwarts ghosts were lively, livelier than most, still tied closely to the living world, their personalities largely intact. The fat friar was enthusiastic. The bloody baron was quiet in a way that suggested depth rather than emptiness. Nearly headless Nick was performing affability over something more complicated. Harry looked at nearly headless Nick and Nick looked back at him, and something passed between them, the recognition that passed between the dead and the people who worked with them, the acknowledgement of a shared category, and Nick's eyebrows went up very slightly. A ghost who was surprised was interesting. Harry noted it. The sorting was in the Great Hall, which was large and loud and had enchanted candles floating overhead and a ceiling that showed the night sky as if the roof had simply been moved out of the way. Harry looked at the ceiling and felt Hermione beside him about to explain that it was enchanted, and said, before she could, "Yes, I know," which earned him a look that was reproach and acceptance in equal measure. The hat sat on its stool. Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it seriously, because the sorting hat was not merely a categorization tool, it was, from everything he'd read, genuinely sentient, genuinely perceptive, the kind of enchanted object that had been made with enough intent to develop its own agenda. It would read him. He'd decided not to obscure what it read, because the hat presumably encountered obfuscation regularly and found it tedious, and because there was nothing in him that required hiding. Names were called alphabetically. Hermione was sorted, Gryffindor, hat barely touching her head, which made her look both relieved and quietly triumphant. Ron was sorted, Gryffindor, hat taking a moment longer, Ron walking to the table with the slightly stunned relief of someone who'd been told the thing they'd needed to hear. Draco Malfoy was sorted, Slytherin, immediate, hat landing on his head and essentially completing the sentence before it started. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. It went quiet in the specific way that spaces went quiet when something expected had arrived, the anticipatory silence of a room that had been waiting for a particular moment and recognized its arrival. Harry walked to the stool without hurrying, without performing either calm or nerves, and sat down, and the hat descended over his eyes. Darkness. Then a voice, very close, very present, with the quality of something that had been doing this for a very long time. "Well," the hat said. "Now this is different." Harry waited. "You're a wizard," the hat said. "That's clear enough. But there's something else here. Several something elses." A pause that felt like leaves turning. "You've been in Death's house." "Yes," Harry said. "Not metaphorically." "No." "Interesting." The hat moved through him in the way that things with genuine perceptive capacity move through people, not invasively, not painfully, but with the thoroughness of a deep read. Courage. Significant. Not the performed kind, the structural kind, the kind that doesn't require witnesses. Gryffindor would take you. Another pause. Intelligence. More than your age should contain. And the patience to let it settle rather than show it. Ravenclaw would argue for you loudly. A longer pause. And here. This part of you. The part that plans. The part that saw a man in an apothecary and filed it away for later because immediate action would lose information. The part that thinks in terms of complete understanding before completion of the problem. Slytherin would say that is ambition, and they would be partially right. And Hufflepuff? Harry said. Hufflepuff, the hat said, with something that might have been warmth, would say that you are loyal to the point of permanence and that you treat every person you encounter as worthy of genuine attention regardless of what they have or haven't been told about you. Hufflepuff is not wrong. A pause. So. Where to put a boy who has elements of all four and who was raised by the Lord of the Dead? Where do you think? Harry said. I think, the hat said, that you went to Diagon Alley and saw something frightening attached to a man and decided to understand it before you acted. I think that 7 years in the Underworld gave you perspective that your classmates don't have, and that you will use it in service of other people because that is, at the core of you, what you want to do with what you've been given. A beat. And I think that Godric Gryffindor, if he could read you now, would say that is exactly his kind of brave. Gryffindor, the hat announced. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry set the hat back on the stool, walked to the table, and slid in beside Ron, who immediately offered him a handshake that turned into a slightly more enthusiastic welcoming gesture, and Hermione, who said, I knew it, with a satisfaction that suggested she'd been running probability calculations since the boats. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall was looking at him. At the staff table, Professor Quirrell was looking at him. The quality of those looks was entirely different. McGonagall's was the look of someone doing a reassessment. Quirrell's look had in it a quality that Harry recognized from the apothecary, the performed variety of a thing. He was performing interest, performing the mild welcome that a teacher showed a notable new student. Underneath the performance, the dead-not-dead smell was stronger indoors. Harry ate the feast and talked to Ron and Hermione and let the evening be what it was, and the shadows under the Gryffindor table were very still and very attentive and absolutely at home. Dumbledore's opening speech was, Harry acknowledged, technically excellent. The man had a facility with language that was genuine, the kind that didn't announce itself, that felt like conversation rather than performance, that landed its intended weight in exactly the place it was aimed. Harry listened to it the way he listened to most things, completely, filing every word, every cadence, every pause. Dumbledore looked at him once during the speech. Directly, precisely, for about 2 seconds, with the focused regard of someone who had spent a long time wondering about a thing and was now looking directly at it. Harry looked back. He didn't look away. He didn't drop his eyes. He held the look with the unbothered steadiness of someone who had been looked at by gods, by the dead, by things that existed in the space between worlds, and was therefore not particularly impressed by the look of a very clever old man. Dumbledore's expression, in those 2 seconds, went through something small and significant. Then he moved on. After the feast, Percy the prefect led the Gryffindors through a series of corridors that Harry memorized on the first pass, not effortfully, simply as a matter of how his spatial memory worked, which was excellent, had always been excellent, probably because shadow travel required you to hold a clear map of your starting and ending points or you ended up somewhere deeply inconvenient. The Fat Lady Portrait. The password, Caput Draconis. The common room beyond it, warm and red and full of the particular comfortable noise of students who'd done this before settling back into a known space. Harry looked at it, the fireplace, the squashy chairs, the notice board, the narrow staircases, and noted it in the same way he noted everything. Not what you expected? Hermione said beside him. I don't know what I expected, Harry said, which was honest. He'd constructed a mental image from books and descriptions, but living spaces always differed from their descriptions. It's warmer than I thought. Warmer how? He thought about it. The common room at home is stone and firelight and it's warm because it's old and settled. This is warm because people choose to be here. He paused. It's a different temperature. Hermione looked at the room and then at him. Where's home? She asked. Far from here, Harry said. He'd already established, someone who catalogued questions she couldn't yet answer and returned to them. She made the small expression of someone adding something to a list, and then Ron appeared between them with the single-minded focus of someone who had located the boys' dormitory staircase and wanted to deploy it immediately. Classes started the next morning with the immediacy of institutions that did not believe in easing people in. Transfiguration was first. Professor McGonagall walked in, transfigured the desk into a pig and back with the casual authority of someone demonstrating that this was the minimum of what was available here, and proceeded to cover the theoretical basis of transfiguration with the speed of someone who trusted her students to keep up. Harry kept up. He'd read ahead, obviously, had read the textbook twice and supplemented it with 2 additional theoretical texts from Flourish and Blots, but more than the reading, he had an intuition about transfiguration that connected it to things he already knew. Transfiguration was, at its core, the imposition of one form over another, the insistence that a thing could be fundamentally other than what it was while remaining itself. He'd watched Persephone change a flower's season with a look. He'd watched his father alter the form of things in the underworld with a gesture. It wasn't the same magic, not the same idiom, but the underlying logic was familiar. When McGonagall put the matches on their desks and asked them to attempt the transfiguration, Harry picked up the wand, felt the shadow thread core resonate with the spell's requirements in a way that was slightly different from the way Ron's wand resonated, slightly different from anything he'd felt before, and thought about what he wanted rather than what he was doing, and the match became a needle. Complete. Immediately. Silver and sharp and without any of the partial changes the textbook said were normal for a first attempt. McGonagall came to his desk. She picked up the needle. She examined it. Then she put it down and looked at Harry with the expression she had not quite produced last night, fully present, fully engaged, the expression of someone recalibrating their expectations upward in real time. Where did you study? She said. I haven't, Harry said. Not formally. Not wizard magic. She looked at the needle again. Not formally, she repeated. No, Professor. She set it back down. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said, and moved on to the next student, but she glanced back at him twice more during the lesson, and Harry thought that McGonagall was exactly the kind of person he'd hoped to find at Hogwarts, someone who would look at an unexpected thing and respond with interest rather than fear. Charms with Flitwick involved a small, squeaky professor who fell off his stack of books when he got to Harry's name on the register, recovered with great dignity, and proceeded to teach the basics of Wingardium Leviosa with the genuine enthusiasm of a man who had been charmed, in every sense, by magic for his entire life. Harry liked him immediately. Potions was different. Snape arrived with the particular quality of someone who had organized the world around himself and expected it to remain organized. He took the register with the air of someone going through a formality, and when he reached Harry's name, he stopped. He looked up. Harry looked back. The quality of Snape's attention was unusual. It was searching in a way that went beyond the surface, not using the shadow awareness Harry had but its own version, a dark and focused examination that looked for soft spots, for weaknesses, for the place where a person could be moved. Harry had spent years being assessed by beings far older and more powerful than Severus Snape, and he held the look with the same easy steadiness he'd held Hades' judgment as a 6-year-old learning not to flinch. Snape moved on. But his mouth had done something very brief and very complicated. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, later, during the first day questions. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry considered. "The draught of living death," he said. "Asphodel and wormwood together produce one of the strongest sleeping potions known. The potion is used as a death-adjacent sedative, it mimics the stillness of death without actually producing it." He paused. The name is a reference to the asphodel flower, which in classical tradition is associated with the dead. Snape was looking at him with an expression that had moved from its initial configuration, something like prepared contempt, to something else, something Harry couldn't fully read yet. "And where," Snape said, "would I find a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat. It acts as a general antidote by absorbing most poisons. The mechanism is physical rather than magical, which makes it unusual. It works even on poisons with magical components because the absorption happens before the magical element can fully take effect." The class was very quiet. Snape looked at Harry with the look of someone who had come to a room expecting to move a chess piece and found the chess piece had already moved. 5 points from Gryffindor," he said. "For answering without being called upon." "You addressed the question to me by name," Harry said mildly. "You spoke without being formally invited to do so." "Noted," Harry said. "I'll remember to wait." Snape looked at him. Harry looked back, patient and unbothered, and Snape moved on with the lesson, and the class exhaled in collective relief except for Hermione, who was looking at Harry with a complicated expression, and Ron, who was looking at Harry with an uncomplicated expression that was brilliant and also slightly terrifying. Malfoy found them on the way to the first flying lesson. He materialized from a side corridor with 2 large companions, Crabbe and Goyle, who had the quality of objects that had been placed rather than people who had arrived, and positioned himself in the way that people positioned themselves when they wanted to demonstrate that they were the obstacle rather than a person you'd chosen to engage. "Potter," he said. "Malfoy," Harry said pleasantly, without stopping. "I heard you in potions," Malfoy said. "Showing off." "I was answering questions," Harry said. The showing off was incidental. Ron made a small sound that was a laugh trying to be something else. Hermione maintained perfect composure, which was more impressive. Malfoy's jaw did a brief thing. "I meant what I said in Madame Malkin's," Malfoy said. "About what it matters. Being the right kind." He made it sound like a rehearsed line, which Harry suspected it was. "Hogwarts isn't, it's not for everyone. Some people bring it down. Then it's a good thing everyone at Hogwarts was admitted by the school's enchantment rather than by anyone's personal opinion of them," Harry said. He looked at Crabbe and Goyle with a very brief, calibrated look, the kind that went through rather than at, that took inventory, that landed on the person receiving it as something subtly unsettling even if they couldn't say why. "Nice to meet you," Harry said, including all 3 of them, and walked on. Malfoy said nothing else. Ron, once they'd rounded the corner, said, "How do you do that?" "Do what?" "That look thing." He looked like he'd been told something bad was going to happen to him. "I was just looking," Harry said. "You weren't just looking," Ron said. "You were looking at him like someone deciding something." Harry considered whether to explain this. He decided on a partial truth, which was, "I've spent a lot of time around people who have real power. I know the difference between someone who has it and someone who's performing it." He noticed I could tell the difference. Ron thought about this. He doesn't have real power. He has inherited position and learned condescension. Those aren't nothing. But they're not the same as the real thing. Hermione said, very quietly, "What's the real thing?" Harry thought about his father standing in a cupboard doorway in Surrey, asking quiet questions in a temperature that kept dropping, and a woman who'd made a choice not saying a word. He thought about Nico making shadows go still across a room, not as a display, just as a fact of what he was. He thought about Persephone making things grow in a place where things shouldn't grow, and what it meant to change the fundamental nature of somewhere by simply being what you were within it. Knowing what you are, he said, without needing anyone to confirm it. They reached the flying lesson in silence, and when Madame Hooch told them to mount their brooms, Harry's flew to his hand on the command without the uncertainty most of the class showed, and when they flew, he flew like someone who had traveled through dark space between worlds with nothing to hold him up and had never, not once, been afraid of falling. That night, Harry sat in a chair by the common room fire long after most of his housemates had gone to bed, and he wrote 2 letters. The first was to Nico. It was 3 pages and covered, in order, the sorting, Snape, the flying lesson, Malfoy, the castle's magic, the quality of the ghosts, and a note about nearly headless Nick that said he knows something. The way he looked at me, he recognized the association. I want to talk to him properly when I have a chance. The second letter was shorter. He held the parchment for a while before he wrote anything, because some things needed to be approached properly. Then he wrote, I'm here. The castle is old and enormous and full of magic that goes all the way down. My friends are good people, I think they're actually good people, not just conveniently present. I'm watching Quirrell. I have a plan but I want to understand more before I explain it because the plan changes as I learn things. The Sorting Hat said I was Gryffindor's kind of brave. I thought you'd find that interesting. He paused, then added, the ceiling of the Great Hall is a very good piece of enchantment. Persephone would like it. The sky it shows is accurate to the second. He sealed both letters. Thanatos was asleep on the perch Harry had set up by the dormitory window, but woke with the self-possessed alertness of a bird with dignified instincts, and took both letters with the solemn efficiency of a creature who had decided that his purpose was serious work and intended to honor it. Harry watched him go, dark wings against the September sky, growing small and then gone. He turned back to the fire and thought about what he'd felt when the castle's magic had reached back for him as he crossed the lake, that deep old attention, that sense of something noticing him. He'd noticed it back. He thought that was probably the beginning of something. Chapter 4, The Troll, the Cerberus, and the Truth. October arrived the way October did in Scotland, without asking, all at once, the warmth of September cashed in overnight for grey skies and wind that had opinions. The castle responded to it the way old things responded to seasonal change, by becoming more itself. The fires in the common rooms burned brighter, the suits of armor by the staircases seemed to take on a more settled quality, and the portraits, which Harry had spent the first weeks quietly cataloguing, became more conversational in the way that the long resident did when the weather pushed everyone indoors. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 6 weeks, and he'd established several things. First, the academic work was genuinely interesting, which he'd hoped for but hadn't been certain of. Transfiguration was elegant. Charms was elegant in a different way, less structural, more intuitive, more like conversation than architecture. Potions was chemistry with a metaphysical component, and Snape's teaching was, stripped of the performative hostility that accompanied it, actually quite sophisticated. History of magic was the exception. Professor Binns was a ghost who had clearly been teaching the same lesson in the same sequence since approximately the 14th century and had developed a relationship with the living world that could most charitably be described as professional. Second, Quirrell was watching him. Not crudely, Quirrell had a light touch, or the thing inside Quirrell had a light touch, the way very old and very careful things had light touches. The glances were calibrated, the attention never lingered long enough to be called obvious. But Harry had grown up being watched over by shadows, had learned to distinguish between the various qualities of being observed, and the observation coming from Quirrell had a particular flavor to it, cautious, assessing, and underneath those two things, something that Harry had only felt once or twice before in his life. Something afraid. Which was interesting. Voldemort, who by Harry's current working theory was riding Quirrell like a parasite riding a host, was afraid of something when he looked at Harry. Harry sat with this information the way he sat with most useful information, quietly, without rushing toward a conclusion, letting it tell him what it actually meant rather than what he wanted it to mean. Third, Hermione and Ron were, as he'd suspected from the train, actually good people. This had been confirmed by 6 weeks of close observation in conditions that tested character, shared homework under deadline, the social dynamics of living in close quarters with other people, the particular pressures of Hogwarts academic and social hierarchies, and they'd passed everything with the consistency of people who were good from the inside rather than good as an ambient performance. Hermione was precise, drove herself at a pace that would flatten someone without her natural ability, and had a quality of genuine ethical seriousness that Harry found he genuinely respected. She was also, he'd noticed, the person most likely to argue with him when she thought he was wrong, which he valued enormously, because people who argued with him when he was wrong were both rare and important. Ron was funnier than he knew, had a strategic intelligence he applied entirely to chess and Quidditch because school had not yet given him the framework to understand that it was applicable to everything else, and was fiercely loyal in the unthinking, total way of someone who had grown up surrounded by people worth being loyal to and therefore thought loyalty was normal rather than exceptional. Harry had told them, gradually, carefully, in increments that felt honest rather than performed, that he hadn't grown up in the wizarding world. That his guardian was formidable. That Nico was his brother in every way that mattered. That his family was, by conventional standards, unusual. He had not told them where. They'd both noted the where was missing, and both, after taking the measure of him, had decided that the missing was deliberate and that pressing it was not the right move. He thought he'd tell them properly, eventually. He was waiting for the right moment, which was not a delaying tactic but a genuine assessment of readiness, theirs and his. The castle itself he'd spent 6 weeks learning the way he learned everything, systematically, from the inside out. The staircases that moved, the corridors that changed on Thursdays, the suit of armor on the 4th floor that occasionally spoke and occasionally didn't, the painting of a mournful knight who gave directions in exchange for being asked how he was and genuinely listened to. The restricted section of the library, which he hadn't entered yet because the contents were findable through other channels and because the challenge of a restricted section was interesting enough to deserve its own dedicated approach. He'd also found the 3rd floor corridor. It had been 3 weeks into term when Harry first felt it, a pull, low and directional, the kind that the death awareness he carried produced when it registered something of significant interest. He'd followed it to the 3rd floor, to the locked door at the end of the corridor, and stood outside it and felt what was on the other side. He'd gone back to the dormitory and thought about it for 2 days. What he'd felt on the other side of the door was not a danger. Not primarily, not to him. What he'd felt was something alive with a quality of aliveness that was ancient and specific, a threefold presence, layered, breathing in 3 rhythms, carrying a soul signature that he recognized from mythology the way he'd recognized the rivers from descriptions but found that descriptions fell short. He'd gone back on the 4th day with a plan. Now, 6 weeks in, he went back with Ron and Hermione, which was different, which required explanation. "What are we doing?" Ron said, standing in the 3rd floor corridor with the reasonable concern of someone who remembered Dumbledore's opening speech about this specific location involving a painful death. "I want to show you something," Harry said. "In the corridor that's specifically off-limits." "Yes. Because I've been here 3 times already and I need a second opinion on what I'm about to do, and you two are the best second opinion I have." Hermione, who had been maintaining an expression of principled reservation, visibly recalibrated at best second opinion, because Hermione's principled reservations had one specific vulnerability and Harry had learned it in week 2. "What exactly are you planning?" she said. "To open the door," Harry said, "and talk to what's inside." "Talk to it," Ron said. "Yes. What's inside?" Hermione said. "Cerberus," Harry said. A silence. "Three-headed dog," Ron said. "Guardian of the Underworld." "That's Cerberus?" "I'm fairly certain, yes." "You're going to talk to it?" "I've met Cerberus before," Harry said. "Not this individual, this one has a Hogwarts assignment, which suggests a different lineage, but Cerberus as a type." I know how they communicate. Hermione and Ron looked at each other. It was the look they'd developed over 6 weeks as their primary mode of expressing this is extraordinary, and we haven't decided yet how to feel about it in situations where Harry said something that fell completely outside the framework of normal 11-year-old behavior. Harry had learned to give them space in those looks, to let them come to the thing in their own time. Why do you need us? Hermione said. I want a witness, Harry said. And I want to know what you see. What we see. The way you see it. You don't have the way I perceive things is specific to my background. I want to know what this looks like to someone who sees it normally. This was, he knew, a good answer, because it was completely true and also because it gave them a purpose in the situation rather than just a proximity to it. Hermione's expression moved from principled reservation to engaged interest, which was the direction he'd been hoping for. Ron said, all right then, with the tone of someone who decided adventure was being offered and it would be rude to refuse. Harry put his hand on the locked door. The lock was a standard enchanted barrier, good quality, Dumbledore standard, which meant it was genuinely formidable for most people. For Harry, it was a question of resonance. The lock was enchanted with intention, and intention was something he'd been working with since he was 8. He didn't force it. He simply asked it, in the way you asked old magic things, with patience and the acknowledgement that it had its own logic, and the lock recognized something in the asking that was compatible with its own deepest function, which was to guard rather than to deny, and it opened. Ron made a quiet noise. The room on the other side was large, dark, and smelled like something large and alive that had been recently given a substantial amount of meat. In the center of the room, filling most of it, was a dog. Calling it a dog was technically accurate in the way that calling the Styx technically water was accurate. It was enormous, easily filling the space from floor to near ceiling, black-furred, with 3 heads on 3 necks that moved with the independent watchfulness of separate animals who shared a body. Each head had eyes that were very dark and very bright and very focused, and all 6 of them were now fixed on the 3 first-years standing in the doorway. Ron said something very quiet and very heartfelt. Hermione, to her considerable credit, held absolutely still. Harry stepped forward. The center head lowered toward him, slowly, not threatening, measuring. The heads on either side tracked him, and Harry held the eye contact of all 3 simultaneously in the way he'd learned from spending time with things that read eye contact as statement of intent. He let them read him. He let the death awareness he carried wash naturally toward the animal, the way it always did, the natural ambient quality of someone who smelled like the underworld. The center head stopped moving. A sound came from the chest of the creature, not a growl, not exactly, something lower, more resonant, the sound of a very large engine running at idle. Recognizing something. Hello, Harry said, in Greek. Because Cerberus was a Greek creature and spoke the older language the way older things did, and because speaking in a foreign tongue to something that recognized you as kin was a mark of respect that the creature would register even if it didn't consciously process it. All 3 heads tilted. Slightly. In unison. Harry crouched down. He was aware that this was making him technically smaller than any of the heads, which from a tactical standpoint was a vulnerable position, and that it didn't matter, because you didn't project wariness at a Cerberus. You projected certainty. You're a long way from home, Harry said, still in Greek. The left head pushed forward toward him. Harry let it come, let the enormous nose touch his shoulder, and the creature inhaled with the comprehensive attention of an animal that processed most of its world through smell. The tails, 3 enormous, dark, separate tails, moved. Not with the frantic energy of excitement. With the slow, deliberate sweep of something satisfied. From the doorway, Hermione said, very quietly, it's wagging. Yes, Harry said. It's a 3-headed dog the size of a house and it's wagging at you. He's a guard, Harry said. Guards like being recognized as what they are. He's been in this room for months. He's doing his job perfectly and no one acknowledges it because they're too busy being terrified. He let the center head push against his hand and scratched behind the ear in the way he knew from growing up around the Underworld's creatures worked, which was firmly, at the base of the skull where the neck muscles connected. All three heads went lower, lower, and then the entire enormous body listed sideways with the inevitability of something very large deciding that comfort had been achieved. Beneath the dog's right forepaw, the edge of a trapdoor was briefly visible. Harry looked at it. He didn't move toward it, didn't investigate it further. He filed it, the trapdoor, what it likely meant, what might be beneath it, the implications for Quirrell's presence and behavior, and stayed where he was, with three enormous heads pressing against him from various angles with what was unmistakably contentment. "Interesting," Harry said. "I have so many questions," Hermione said from the doorway. "I know," Harry said. "Give me 5 minutes." Back in the corridor, door relocked, all three of them standing in the torchlight looking at each other with various expressions, Harry's settled, Hermione's bright with contained inquiry, Ron's in the specific configuration of someone who had seen something extraordinary and was still processing the sequence of events. "Okay," Ron said finally. "How?" "Cerberus is an underworld creature," Harry said. "I know how to interact with underworld creatures." "You know Cerberus," Hermione said. "Not this individual. But I know the type." "From where?" She said it quietly, but with the focus of someone who had been waiting for the right moment and recognized this as it. "I've been waiting to ask properly. Not the where do you live question, the other question. The one about what you actually are." Harry leaned against the corridor wall and looked at them. Both of them, in turn, at Ron, who was watching him with the open attention of someone who decided trust first, understand later, and at Hermione, who was watching him with the open attention of someone who needed to understand in order to fully trust, and who had enough integrity to be honest about that. He'd thought about this moment. He'd rehearsed several versions of it. He'd decided on honesty, because these two specific people were worth it and because maintaining a partial picture of himself with people he trusted was a thing he'd watched others do and seen the costs of. "My guardian is Hades," he said. "Lord of the Underworld. God of the dead. I've lived in the Underworld since I was 4 years old." The corridor was quiet. Ron said, "Like, the Hades." "Yes." "The Greek god." "Yes." Ron processed this for about 4 seconds. "Right," he said. "That explains the shadows." He said it with the matter-of-fact acceptance of someone who had grown up in a world where magic was real and had therefore not actually set a firm upper limit on what real meant. Hermione was looking at Harry with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously. "Greek gods are real," she said. "Yes." "And the Greek mythological afterlife." "Yes." "And you grew up there?" "Since I was 4. Someone found me. 2 people found me. Hades and his son Nico, who's the older brother I mentioned. Nico's a demigod. It's complicated." He looked at her steadily. "I know it's a lot." Hermione looked at the corridor ceiling with the expression of someone revising a very large internal document. "The shadows," she said. "In classes. In the common room. The way they orient toward you." "Yes." "And the wand. Shadow thread from the veil." "Yes." "And you can soul call," she said. Not a question, she'd clearly been building a picture for 6 weeks and now she was confirming the shape of it. "You called your mother. You mentioned it once, obliquely, when we were talking about what magic could and couldn't do, and you had a specific quality in your expression when you said it was theoretically possible." Harry looked at her. "You filed that?" "I file everything," she said, not apologetically. "Can you really?" "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Will you tell me more?" Not to study it. Because I want to understand you." Harry thought about what Nico had said on the platform, not to let anyone convince him what he was needed to be smaller. He thought about the quality of Hermione asking, which was not the quality of someone who wanted to categorize him but the quality of someone who wanted to know him. "Yes," he said. "I'll tell you more." Ron, who had been thinking during this, said, "So the thing under the trapdoor. Is it what I think?" "If you think it's whatever Fluffy, the Cerberus, is guarding," Harry said, "then probably, yes." "Why does Hogwarts have the Philosopher's Stone?" Both Harry and Hermione looked at him. "Fred told a lot of people," Ron said, slightly defensive. "It was a Gringotts vault thing. Someone tried to rob a vault right before term. The thing was moved. To Hogwarts," Harry said. He looked at the door. Then at the corridor. Then at the direction of the corridor, the general orientation of the castle, the position of the third floor relative to the rest. "So what's underneath Fluffy's trapdoor," he said, thinking out loud, "is a series of protections leading to the stone. Set by different professors, presumably. Multiple layers. Designed to stop adult wizards." "Quirrell," Hermione said quietly. "Quirrell," Harry agreed. "Or the thing in Quirrell. He wants the stone. He's been at Hogwarts all term and hasn't moved yet, which means either the protections are significant or he's waiting for something specific." "An opportunity," Ron said. "Or instructions," Harry said. He thought about the soul signature he'd read in the apothecary, the frayed, knotted quality of Voldemort's presence on Quirrell. Something that weak, that partial, would need specific conditions to act. It couldn't simply overpower things through force. It was too diminished. It needed circumstances to be just right. "There's something he needs that he doesn't have yet," Harry said. "I don't know what it is." "The Mirror of Erist," Hermione said. Harry and Ron both looked at her. She was looking at the floor with the expression of someone reading notes on the inside of their eyelids. "I read about it. In Magical Objects of Historical Significance. It was in a vault at Gringotts for years and it was moved. I'd assumed to a different vault but, it's in the school," Harry said. "It might be part of the protection system," Hermione said. "It shows you what you desire most. A person who wanted to use the stone to resurrect themselves would see themselves using it. But someone who just wanted to find it, without wanting to use it," she looked up. "They'd see something different." Harry sat with this for a moment. It was, he thought, genuinely elegant enchantment work, the kind that only worked if you thought about the specific nature of desire and how it interacted with intent. Using the mirror as the final protection was clever because it created a filter that brute force couldn't bypass. You couldn't want it in the wrong way. "So when he moves," Harry said, "he'll need to get through everything else first and then reach the mirror, and at the mirror he'll fail because what he wants is to use it, not to find it." He thought. "Unless someone helps him. Like a student," Ron said. "Who doesn't want it for the same reason?" They all looked at each other. "Not yet," Harry said. "We don't have enough information to act. We know the broad shape of it now. We need to know the timeline and we need to understand what specific conditions Quirrell is waiting for." "How do we find out the conditions?" Hermione asked. Harry had already thought about this. "There's someone in this castle who knows more than she's said to anyone living," he said. "I need to have a different kind of conversation." Nearly headless Nick found Harry first, which suggested the ghost had also been waiting for the right moment. Harry was in a side corridor after dinner, returning from the library with Hermione's annotated copy of Advanced Potion Making that she'd lent him and 2 books of his own, when Nick drifted around a corner and positioned himself in the middle of the corridor with the deliberately unhurried manner of someone who wanted to give the impression of coincidence and wasn't committed to the performance. "A word?" Nick said. "Yes," Harry said. He'd known this conversation was coming. He'd been waiting for Nick to arrive at it in his own time. Nick looked at him for a moment, the way ghosts looked at people they were deciding how much to say to. "You were in the 3rd floor corridor," Nick said. "Yes." "You opened the locked door." "Yes." "And then you were in it for approximately 20 minutes, Nick said, after which the door was locked again and 3 first-year students walked away looking very thoughtful. Harry waited. "I've been at Hogwarts for 500 years, Nick said. I have seen 11-year-olds do any number of remarkable and foolish things. What you just did is in a category I don't have a precedent for. He drifted closer. I know what you are. What am I? Harry asked. You smell like home, Nick said, very quietly. The way all of us, the ones who stay, smell like this place, smell like Hogwarts. But underneath that you smell like the other place. The place we're meant to go. He was quiet for a moment, and Harry understood from the quality of the silence that Nick had a complicated relationship with the place we're meant to go, had been avoiding it for 500 years, had built his entire haunting on the deliberate refusal of it. You smell like someone who lives there. Not visits. Lives. How is that possible? Hades took me in when I was 4, Harry said. It was easier, he found, to say it plainly with ghosts. The dead had a low tolerance for circuitous approaches. I've grown up in the underworld. I'm a wizard, fully, but I'm also, in some ways, of that world. Nick was very still. Ghosts could do stillness in a way living people couldn't, a total suspension that had nothing of the restless physical quality of a living body trying to hold itself motionless. He was just still, looking at Harry, and Harry looked back and waited. I stayed, Nick said, because I was afraid. I know, Harry said. Not of death. I was already dead. A pause. Of what comes after. Of what the judgment would be. He looked at his own translucent hands. 500 years and I haven't been able to make myself move. Harry thought about the Hall of Judgment, about souls who arrived after long delays, about what Hades had said once about the ones who stayed, fear is not always of the thing but of the knowing. For what it's worth, Harry said, the judgment is fairer than you think. The judges are thorough. They listen. He paused. I've been in the room. Nick looked at him with an expression that was 500 years of unresolved terror and, underneath that, the faint, fragile quality of something that might have been relief at being told. He didn't speak for a long moment. Then, there's something in this castle, he said. Something that doesn't belong. I can't feel it the way you can, but I feel the wrongness of it. It's in the defense classroom most often, but it moves. At night. I know, Harry said. It's looking for the stone. I know. And you haven't stopped it. I don't have complete information yet, Harry said. Stopping it incompletely creates more problems than it solves. He looked at Nick. Do you know when it will move? Is there anything in the Ghost Network? Nick's expression shifted into something more alert. The Ghost Network, the informal constant communication of Hogwarts resident spirits, was something Harry had been aware of but hadn't yet had a reason to ask about directly. There's been talk, Nick said carefully. About the troll. Harry went still. Someone introduced a troll into the dungeons, Nick said. It's going to happen on Halloween. The Bloody Baron told me, he didn't mean to, it was in the context of a different conversation, but he mentioned that something had been arranged as a distraction. A distraction for what? Harry said. Nick looked at the floor. For Quirrell to attempt the passageway, he said. The confusion, the teachers redirected, he needs Dumbledore out of the castle for longer than standard. The troll creates chaos, Dumbledore stays to manage the crisis, Quirrell moves for the stone. He paused. Except the thing that's been arranged, the specific arrangement, is that the troll reaches the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Where first-year girls who didn't know there was a troll in the castle would be going about their evening. Harry's expression didn't change. It never changed much, which was something that Hermione had once noted and Ron had said was either very impressive or slightly unnerving. Thank you, he said, with genuine warmth. This was exactly what I needed to know. Nick looked at him. What are you going to do? Handle it, Harry said. The troll or Quirrell? Both, Harry said. In sequence. With appropriate prioritization. He was already thinking, already running through the variables, Hermione's position on Halloween evening, the castle's layout, Quirrell's likely route, and the shape of a plan was assembling itself with the clean efficiency of something that had been given good information and knew what to do with it. "One more thing," he said. "Yes." "When this is over," Harry said carefully. "When you're ready. I can write a letter to someone in the underworld. I can ask that your arrival be treated with particular consideration." He looked at Nick steadily, without pressure. "Only if and when you're ready. But the offer stands." Nick looked at him for a very long time. The candles in the corridor flickered, because candles in old magical corridors like to express themselves, and the shadows they threw were completely still. "Thank you," Nick said quietly. Halloween arrived. Harry had told Ron and Hermione what was coming. Hermione had immediately attempted to devise 4 alternative plans, reviewed them herself, and concluded that Harry's was the most effective, which had involved a minor argument with herself that she resolved by adding 2 contingency branches to the existing plan rather than replacing it. Ron had said right and checked that he knew where all the exits on their floor were, because Ron's first instinct in crisis situations was navigation, which Harry filed away as useful information about how Ron thought. The feast was the largest he'd seen Hogwarts produce, the tables weighted with October foods, candles in carved pumpkins floating at head height, the ceiling showing a properly dramatic autumn sky. Harry ate and watched the staff table and registered the exact moment when Professor Quirrell slipped out, just before the main course was finished, moving with the careful quietness of someone trying not to announce a movement. He gave it 4 minutes. Then he stood up and said to Ron, in a low voice, "Go find Hermione. Make sure she's not in the second-floor bathroom." Ron was already half standing. "Where is she?" "She went after dinner." "Something I said in charms." Harry felt a small, specific guilt about this. Hermione had been upset about something he'd said, not cruelly, but with a honesty that had landed harder than he'd intended, and she'd left the feast early. "The troll is going in that direction. Get her out." "And you?" Ron said. "I'm going to follow Quirrell." "Harry, Ron." Harry looked at him. "Hermione needs someone she trusts." "That's you." "I need to follow Quirrell." "That's me." "These are both important." He watched Ron assess this, watched the part of Ron that wanted to argue run up against the part that was actually very good at understanding situations. "Go," Harry said. Ron went. Harry slipped out of the great hall from a different door. The troll, he could smell it before he heard it, the distinctive quality of something large and not quite right, a creature that had been taken from its natural environment and pointed at something with the blunt intention of a tool, was moving through the lower corridors with the momentum of something that hadn't been given specific enough instructions. Someone had let it in. Someone had gestured it in a general direction. It would find the bathroom on its own, because trolls operated on a simple spatial logic, but it would take time. Ron would have time. Harry moved upward. Quirrell was taking the route Harry had mapped from 6 weeks of corridor study, up through the back staircases, avoiding the main flow of student and professor movement, heading toward the 3rd floor with the focused speed of someone who had been preparing this approach for months. Harry followed at a distance that the shadows made easy, that the death awareness made easier, tracking not the physical but the soul signature, the frayed, doubled quality of Quirrell with Voldemort riding him, moving through the castle like a bad dream wearing a good coat. He went through the locked door without stopping. Harry counted to 15 and followed. Fluffy was asleep. Not naturally asleep, someone had been here before Harry, had produced music of some kind to render the Cerberus unconscious, which was a known weakness and one Harry had deliberately not exploited in his visits because exploiting weaknesses in creatures that had never wronged him was not a principle he operated by. He moved past the sleeping dog with his hand briefly touching the nearest flank, registering, not a comfort gesture, just acknowledging, and dropped through the trapdoor. The devil's snare was first. It grabbed at his ankles with the eager thoroughness of a plant that had been waiting for exactly this, and Harry looked at it calmly and said, in the language he'd learned from Persephone, "Not this one." The plant was a living thing, had a kind of awareness that very old plants had, and something in the death language it heard in those words made it release him immediately, pulling back into the walls with the haste of something that had just realized it had reached toward a fire. He found Quirrell in the room with the winged keys. The professor, the thing wearing the professor, had managed the keys faster than Harry expected. The broomstick was already in his hand, a key was already captured, the door was already swinging open. Quirrell moved through it without a backward look. Harry picked up a broom. He was 11 and had been flying for 2 months, but he'd also spent most of those 2 months flying the way he'd arrived on a broom, without hesitation, without the performance of someone learning, with the spatial certainty of someone who'd moved through dark between spaces at speed and found a broomstick straightforwardly tame by comparison. He found the right key in 40 seconds, read its flight pattern the way he read all moving things, with the sideways awareness that processed pattern before conscious thought, and went through the door. The chessboard room he bypassed by watching Quirrell's route, which had destroyed several pieces to carve a path. He walked through the gaps. He didn't stop to admire the chess skill involved in the destruction. Quirrell or Voldemort had made quick, brutal work of it, tactical rather than elegant, and the pieces that had been shattered lay in stone fragments on the board. He noted that Ron would have found this offensive on a chess philosophical level and tucked it away for later. The troll in the next room was unconscious, already down, which meant Quirrell had handled it, which told Harry something. Voldemort's portion of Quirrell was stronger than it looked. Strong enough to drop a mountain troll without apparent effort. He recalibrated. The potions puzzle, logic, Hermione would have solved this in 30 seconds flat. He solved in slightly more than 30 seconds flat because he was at the disadvantage of not having reviewed this specific puzzle in advance, but logic was logic and potions labels were legible and the smallest bottle was the one that went forward. He drank it. Cold fire, rushing through him, extinguished by the potions counter. And then the last door, and he went through it. The mirror of Eriste dominated the room. It stood against the far wall, taller than it had any practical right to be, its frame carved with words that ran around the edge in a language that was almost familiar but backwards, and its surface showing not a reflection but something else, something that moved and breathed and was entirely specific to the person standing before it. Quirrell was standing before it. He was very still, staring into the mirror with the focused desperation of someone watching the thing they wanted most appear in the glass and finding it completely beyond reach. His lips were moving. His hands were clenched at his sides. And the mirror was showing him something, but not the right something, Harry understood, because the thing Quirrell wanted most was to give the stone to his master, and someone who wanted to give a thing couldn't take it. Harry walked into the room. Quirrell turned. The moment Quirrell saw him, several things happened simultaneously. Quirrell's expression went from desperation to something more complex, calculation overlaying panic, and underneath both of those, the very specific quality that Harry had been noting since the apothecary in Diagon Alley. The fear. Up close, in a small room, with nothing between them, the fear was more pronounced. It was not Quirrell who was afraid. "Harry Potter," said a voice that was not Quirrell's. It came from behind the turban. A voice that was thin and strange, carrying the quality of things that had been diminished down to their most concentrated point, something that had once been powerful and was now very small and very determined about being powerful again. "Voldemort," Harry said, with the same easy directness he would have used greeting anyone. Quirrell's body turned fully and began to unwrap the turban, and Harry stood and watched this without moving and without the expression people expected, which would have been terror or at least the broad-eyed alertness of someone in immediate danger. He was calm. He had been calm since he'd walked through the last door, had been calm since he'd walked into this room, and his calm was not performance and was not the blank frozen quality of shock. It was the calm of someone who had been raised in the house of death and had learned at 4 years old that the worst thing that could reach for you was easier to face than it was to flee. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was barely a face. It was a remnant, a soul fragment, Harry understood now, with the clarity of someone who had spent years studying how souls existed and how they were damaged. This was a piece that had been torn away from itself, that had been existing by parasitic necessity, that was carrying the full intent and memory and will of Voldemort but almost none of his power. It was afraid of Harry. Harry looked at the face, at the eyes that were pale and cold and trying very hard to project something they no longer had enough mass to sustain, and he thought about what he actually felt. The man had killed his parents. He'd killed his mother, who had stood between him and this and paid for it with everything, and whose face Harry had called up in a library with a word and who had said, "Oh Harry, look at you," and smiled in the way that parents smiled at children they were glad existed. He thought about that for a moment. He looked at the remnant of the thing that had done it. He was not afraid. He was also not angry, not in the consuming way, not in the way that made you make decisions before you had all the information. He was something else. Resolved, maybe. Clear. "You want the stone," Harry said. "Give it to me," Voldemort said, from behind Quirrell's head. "Give it to me and I will let you live." "You can't guarantee that," Harry said. "You have no meaningful power in your current form. The threat is hypothetical." He looked at the mirror. "You can't take the stone because you want to use it. That's the protection." "Get it for me," Voldemort said. "You don't want it. If you look in the mirror you'll see something else, and then you can take it and hand it to me." Harry looked at the mirror. He saw himself. Older, maybe, or not older, but more fully himself, the version of him that had gone where he was going and come back from it, standing in the Underworld palace with Nico beside him and a light that was warm and red like sunlight through leaves somewhere nearby. He saw himself holding something that wasn't the stone, just standing, the way you stood when you'd done what you came to do and the weight of it had been worth carrying. His parents were somewhere in that reflection, not central, not overwhelming, just present the way the dead were present when you knew how to let them be. He felt the stone drop into his pocket. He looked at it for 1 second, small, red, the weight of it utterly ordinary, and then he looked back at Voldemort's face. "I have it," he said. Voldemort's expression moved. "Give it to me." "No," Harry said. He said it the way you said things that were simply true. Not defiantly, not dramatically. Just no, the way you said "this is mine" or "that is not right," with the absolute simplicity of a statement that wasn't interested in being argued with. "Then I'll take it," Voldemort said, and Quirrell lunged. Harry stepped sideways. Not backward, sideways, with the economy of someone who had been training with Nico di Angelo since age 9, which meant he'd been trained by someone who had no patience for unnecessary movement and no tolerance for the theatrical dodge. Quirrell's hands closed on air. Harry stepped sideways again, and the second time he let one of Quirrell's grasping hands make contact with his arm. The result was immediate. Where Quirrell's fingers touched Harry's skin, something happened to them, not a burn, not a spell, but a reaction that came from what Harry was, from what he carried, from the 7 years of underworld living that had steeped into him until it was indistinguishable from his own nature. The death awareness that was part of him, like breath, like blood, like the shadow that moved with him, that reached into Quirrell's hand and read the soul fragment there and recognized it as exactly what it was, something severed. Something that wasn't supposed to be here in this form, in this body, doing this specific violence to both itself and its host. Quirrell screamed. Harry stepped back. He hadn't hurt Quirrell deliberately, hadn't directed anything, hadn't meant anything specific. He'd simply been touched, and what he was had responded, and the response was that a soul fragment that was abusing the body of a living man burned in contact with someone who carried death as home rather than enemy. Quirrell fell to his knees. His hands were blistering where he'd touched Harry, and the screaming was Voldemort screaming now, the thin terrible sound of something very small being denied. "Stop," Harry said, quietly. Not to Quirrell. To the remnant. "You cannot take it this way. This body isn't going to survive this conversation much longer." He looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head, which was now etched with visible pain, and said, with genuine directness, "What you are now is an insult to what you were. You were a wizard. You were powerful enough that the entire wizarding world feared your name. And you chose this, to become this, to cling to life as a fragment, as a passenger, to crawl back and beg for a stone." He didn't say it cruelly. He said it the way the dead said things in the Hall of Judgment, the way truth was sometimes said when the purpose was clarity rather than damage. You aren't afraid of death. You're afraid that death has already happened to you and you haven't accepted it. The face was very still. When this ends, Harry said, and it will end soon, it ends tonight, actually, it won't be the end of everything. That's not how it works. He felt slightly strange, saying this in a dungeon room under a school, but the dead-not-dead thing in front of him was not in a position to receive this information from anyone else, and Harry had been raised by someone who believed that correct information should be provided when it was relevant. I've been in the underworld. I know what waits. And what waits is fair, even for this. Voldemort's fragment looked at him and said nothing. Quirrell collapsed. Harry stood in the room for a moment, listening to the silence. The soul fragment had detached, he could feel it, the thin fraying of its connection to Quirrell's body, the way it dispersed into the room and then beyond the room, seeking something it couldn't find with the increasingly desperate scattering of something very small in a very large space. It would find a way to persist. Harry knew that. It was too determined not to. But not tonight. Not here. Not with the stone. He took the stone from his pocket and looked at it one more time. Then he put it back. He looked at Quirrell's body. He crouched down, checked quickly, and found what he'd been afraid of. Quirrell was alive, but barely, the months of hosting something corrosive having done damage that was cumulative and profound. He needed a healer. He needed one now. Harry stood up, straightened his robes, and walked back through the door. He walked through the potions room, up through the chess room, through the troll room, past the key room, up through the devil's snare that had retreated entirely to the walls, past the sleeping Cerberus who stirred slightly as Harry passed and put one enormous head briefly under his hand, and then up through the trapdoor and out of the corridor and into the castle proper, where he found Dumbledore running toward him down the third-floor corridor with his robes flying and an expression that Harry had not expected. Not anger. Not relief. Something between those two things that was more complicated than either, the look of a man arriving at a situation he thought he understood and finding the reality more complicated. Dumbledore stopped. Harry held out the stone. Quirrell is alive, Harry said. But he needs a healer immediately. He's in the last chamber. The Voldemort fragment has detached. It's dispersed for now. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. The stone should not stay at Hogwarts. The protection system was compromised from inside by someone who had months to study it. It needs to go somewhere more secure, or it needs to be destroyed. Those are the only two options that close the vulnerability completely. Dumbledore looked at the stone in Harry's hand for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry, and the look had in it, Harry thought, the beginning of a genuine reassessment. Not of Harry as a chess piece, not of Harry as a symbol or a variable in a larger equation. Something more uncomfortable than that. Are you hurt? Dumbledore said. No, Harry said. The chambers were manageable. Harry kept his voice level. I want to discuss the protection system when you have time. Specifically the mirror. The design is elegant, but there's a variable it doesn't account for. Someone who can take the stone without wanting to use it and then hand it over. That gap should be addressed. Dumbledore was very quiet for a moment. You could have handed it to him, he said. Yes, Harry said. But you didn't. No. Why not? Harry thought about what to say. About the right answer and the true answer, and whether they were the same thing. Because, he said finally, he killed my mother. And not for any reason that deserved it. And she is in Elysium, which means she lived well enough to be there, and she smiled when she saw me, and Voldemort is a fragment hiding in borrowed bodies. He looked at Dumbledore. The comparison made the choice easy. He held out the stone. Dumbledore took it, and his hands closed around it, and Harry watched the man's expression move through several things that it had probably never moved through before, in a long and crowded life. Professor, Harry said. Quirrell needs a healer. Yes, Dumbledore said, coming back to himself. Yes. Of course. He moved toward the corridor door. One more thing, Harry said. Dumbledore turned. When this year is over, Harry said, I'd like to have a conversation with you. About the choices you made 7 years ago. Not to argue them. I'm not looking for an apology. He looked at the headmaster with the direct, uncomplicated regard that he turned on all things that required looking at clearly. I'd like to understand your reasoning. Completely. And I'd like you to understand what the result of that reasoning was, in full, and I'd like us to have that conversation honestly. When this year is over. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The candles in the corridor lit his face from below, the kind of light that made old faces look their full age. Yes, he said. When this year is over. He went. Harry stood in the third-floor corridor alone for a moment, and the shadows around him settled the way they settled when something was finished, not ended, but finished, the specific quality of a thing that had been brought to its proper completion. He took one breath. Then he went to find Ron and Hermione. He found them in the second-floor bathroom. The troll was unconscious on the floor, not by Harry's hand, for once, lying in a pool of what was hopefully just water, with a distinctly unhappy expression on its unconscious face. Ron was standing over it with a wand and an expression of someone who had just done something they hadn't known they could do and was still arriving at this information. Hermione was standing against the far wall with her arms around herself, a little pale, and when she saw Harry, something in her face moved from control to real in the way it did when she stopped being brave for show and just was. You're all right, Harry said. Troll, Ron said, pointing at the obvious. We dealt with the troll. I see that, Harry said. Levitation charm, Hermione said, in a slightly unsteady voice. Ron, the club, it was brilliant actually. Ron looked at the troll and at Hermione and at himself, and then said, in the tone of a person revising their understanding of what they were capable of. Harry filed this away with everything else, the image of Ron standing over a troll with a wand and Hermione's shaking hands and the two of them, together, having handled it without him, and felt something uncomplicated and warm. Quirrell tried for the stone, Harry said. Both of them looked at him. I got there first. Dumbledore has the stone. Quirrell is getting medical attention. The immediate threat is handled. He paused. Voldemort is gone for now. But not permanently. You faced Voldemort, Hermione said. Her voice was very even, which was how Hermione's voice got when she was doing the thing where she remained functional by treating everything as information first. What's left of him, Harry said. He's a fragment. He was never really here, just riding Quirrell. He looked at both of them. You two handled a mountain troll. That's not nothing. We were terrified, Ron said. I know, Harry said. So was the troll, after the first 30 seconds. I could smell it from the corridor. He looked at Hermione. I'm sorry about what I said in charms. Hermione blinked. That's, Harry, you just faced Voldemort, it doesn't mean I wasn't rude to you earlier. Both things are true. He looked at her steadily. I said you were technically correct and socially exhausting and I meant it the wrong way. You're not exhausting. You're one of the best people in this school and you know more about magic than people twice your age and I should have said that instead. Hermione looked at him for a long moment, and then she made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and something else, and said, okay, which was the word she used when something had landed exactly where it was aimed. The bathroom door opened. Professor McGonagall arrived first, wand drawn, and stopped short at the scene, the unconscious troll, Ron with his wand, Hermione against the wall, Harry standing in the middle of it all with no visible wand and no visible injury. She looked at all three of them for a moment. Would any of you, she said, very carefully, like to explain? Ron pointed at Harry. Harry pointed at Ron. Hermione pointed at the troll. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly with the expression of someone managing a very specific kind of professional challenge, and then opened them and said, "In my office. Now. All three of you." She looked at Harry last, and the look had in it the same quality it had held since the first Transfiguration class, not surprise, exactly. Something more like recognition. Something like "I see you" in the least performative possible way. "Yes, Professor," Harry said. That night, after the interviews and the points and the specific, measured praise that McGonagall delivered with the efficiency of someone who did not waste words, after Ron had gone to sleep with the sprawling immediacy of someone who had burned through their reserves and Hermione had gone to her dormitory clutching a book she wasn't going to read, Harry sat by the window in the common room with Thanatos on his knee and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Nico. "The thing I saw in the apothecary moved tonight. I dealt with it. The stone is safe. I'm fine, not scratched, not hexed, genuinely fine. Ron and Hermione handled a troll on their own, which I want you to appreciate because that is exactly the kind of thing that mattered to me tonight. I talked to the fragment. Voldemort, what's left of him. I told him what waits on the other side. I don't know if it reached him. I don't know if anything reaches something that's been a fragment long enough that it's forgotten what it is. But it felt like the right thing to say. Tell Dad the stone's protections need to be redesigned. I have thoughts. I'll write them up. I miss the sticks." The second letter was shorter. He held the parchment for longer than the first, because this one was to his mother, which meant writing carefully and with the full weight of what he wanted to say. "I was in the same room as the thing that killed you tonight. I want you to know that I wasn't afraid. I want you to know that what you did, standing between me and that, it mattered. It mattered in ways that the people who study magic are only starting to understand. I could feel it tonight. In what I am. You said Hogwarts felt like coming home. I think I understand that now. There's something here that recognizes me. Not what I'm supposed to be. Just what I am. You'd like Ron. He's funny and loyal and completely confident about things he's not actually confident about, which is somehow endearing. You'd like Hermione. She'd have liked you. She likes people who are serious about magic. I'm okay, Mum." He sealed the letters. Thanatos took them without fuss, with the serene professionalism of a bird who had decided his work was important and his dignity was non-negotiable. Harry watched him go. Outside the window, the Scottish sky was full of stars, real ones, no enchantment between him and them. He looked at them until the fire burned low and the common room went quiet and the shadows settled around him with the patience of things that had learned, over a long relationship, that he would always eventually come to bed. He stayed a little longer. Chapter 5, The Mirror and the Sorcerer's Stone. The week after Halloween had a particular quality to it, the quality of something that has been wound very tight for a long time releasing all at once, leaving in its wake a kind of loud, disorganized quiet. Hogwarts processed the troll incident with the thoroughness of an institution that had been generating and managing crises for 1,000 years, formal statements, house point adjustments, a memo from the defense professor's substitute that everyone found slightly suspicious, and a general atmosphere of students who had survived something interesting all talking about it at the same time. Harry processed it by going to class. This was, he found, the most useful thing. Sitting in Transfiguration and working on the beetle-to-button conversion that was the current assignment, letting the clean logic of the spell occupy the part of his brain that otherwise would have been running and rerunning the previous night's events, was exactly the right approach. He'd done what he'd done. He'd done it as well as he could. Reviewing it in the obsessive recursive way that some people use to process experiences would not improve it. He got the button perfect on the 3rd attempt and spent the rest of the class making it different kinds of buttons, because the technique generalized. McGonagall noticed. She didn't say anything during class, but she set a book on his desk as she passed, not a school text, a slim volume with a blue cover titled Transfiguration, Theory and Limit, and moved on without comment. Harry picked it up and felt the subtle enchantment on the inside cover that indicated it was from a personal collection, not the library. He put it in his bag. Ron, beside him, was producing a button that was primarily a button but retained one beetle leg, which was philosophically interesting and practically incorrect. He was looking at it with the focused determination of someone who understood exactly what was wrong and couldn't yet fix it. The intention needs to be complete, Harry said, quietly. You're imagining a button but you're not imagining the absence of the beetle. It's still there in the version you're picturing. Ron looked at him. Then at the button. He tried again, and this time the leg was gone, and the button was a button, and Ron's expression produced the specific satisfaction of someone who had been given the right key for a lock they'd been trying too hard to force. That's what it was, Ron said. Transfiguration is the most conceptual of the branches, Harry said. The wand work is almost secondary. It's mostly what you're holding in your mind. Is that a general rule? It seems to be, Harry said. Different branches have different emphases. Charms is wand technique, potions is physical process, transfiguration is intention. The common thread is that knowing why something works makes you better at the how. Ron absorbed this. He looked at the book on Harry's desk. McGonagall just gave you a book from her personal shelf. Yes. She doesn't do that. How do you know? Percy. He would have mentioned it. He mentioned everything about McGonagall. He was slightly obsessed. Harry looked at the book. I'll lend it to you when I'm done. I can borrow books from McGonagall's personal shelf. You'd be borrowing it from me. The technical chain of custody is different. He paused. She gave it to me because she thought I'd use it. If you use it too, that seems consistent with her intent. Ron looked like he was doing the mental equivalent of stress testing a bridge. You're very comfortable with stretching rules. I'm comfortable with understanding what rules are for, Harry said. And applying them toward their intended purpose rather than their literal restriction. He watched McGonagall at the front of the class, demonstrating a more complex conversion with the efficiency of someone who had been doing this for decades and had never stopped finding it interesting. She gave me that book because she thinks I'm ready for it and she wants to see what I do with it. The spirit of the gift is exploration. That seems consistent with lending it to you. Ron thought about this for another moment. Percy would absolutely hate this logic, he said, which seemed to settle it for him. Deal. Hermione had, in the aftermath of Halloween, done something that Harry recognized as her specific mode of processing. She had gone to the library and read everything she could find about Harry's stated background, organized the information, and arrived at a list of questions that she presented to him 3 days later with the systematic thoroughness of someone who had been doing this her whole life and was not going to stop now. They were in the library. Ron was there too, ostensibly working on the history of magic essay that was due Friday, actually drawing a fairly detailed map of the Quidditch pitch from memory. He'd found out about the map 2 inches in and had decided to let it continue because Ron's Quidditch-related focus was one of the most reliable states in which he was simultaneously occupied and present. Hermione put her notebook on the table. I have questions, she said. I know, Harry said. I've been reading about Greek mythology and the afterlife and the structure of the divine domains and cross-referencing it with what's known about wizard magic, specifically the magical theory of death and what lies beyond it. She folded her hands on the notebook with the seriousness of a barrister. There are significant overlaps. Yes, Harry said. The wizarding world treats death as a terminus. Full stop, nothing after, the furthest magic cannot reach. She looked at him. That's wrong. It's incomplete, Harry said, because he had a sense that Hermione needed precision. From a wizarding perspective, the mechanisms available to wizarding magic do stop at death. But those mechanisms aren't the only ones that exist. Because there's a whole domain on the other side. Yes. Governed by Hades. Yes. Who is your guardian? Yes. And who is real, she said, and whose domain is real, and who took you from the Dursleys when you were 4 and raised you in the literal underworld. That's an accurate summary. Hermione looked at her notebook. Then at Harry. Then at some middle distance. She had the expression of someone for whom a number of previously disconnected facts were joining into a single coherent picture, and the picture was requiring structural adjustments to several major categories of belief. The shadows, she said. Yes. The wand. Yes. The way Cerberus reacted. Yes. The way Quirrell reacted. Yes. He looked at her. What's the actual question? The one underneath all of these? Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, what do you see? When you look at the world. What do you actually perceive that I don't? It was, Harry thought, exactly the right question. Not what can you do or how powerful are you, the question of experience rather than capability, which was the question that showed who was asking. I see the normal things, he said. Everything you see. But I also see, or feel, more accurately, it's not visual, I feel the life force of living things, and the difference when something has died, and the quality of the space between. The way shadows carry information, because shadows are the closest physical thing in the living world to the space between life and death. I can feel when something isn't right in a soul, when it's been damaged, like Quirrell, or when it's carrying something it shouldn't. And ghosts, Hermione said. Ghosts I can speak with the way you speak with people. Clearly, two-way, full conversation. He paused. Not all ghosts can do that with everyone. Most people hear them as background resonance, like static. I hear them clearly. Hermione was writing. Not frantically, her normal writing, the quick precise shorthand she developed that was as legible as print. She was documenting, and Harry let her, because that was how she held things and there was nothing in this that needed protecting from her. The soul calling, she said. I can summon a specific soul from the underworld by name. They can be called once, briefly, and they can choose not to come, it's not compulsion, it's an invitation, the underworld gives them the option. He looked at the table. My mother usually comes. Not always. Sometimes she's doing something else, which is a strange thing to think about but is probably accurate. Hermione's pen stopped. She looked at him with an expression that was not pity, he had been slightly afraid it would be pity, not because he couldn't handle pity but because he had no framework for it in this context, having never processed his parents' deaths as loss in the way most people did. It was not pity. It was something closer to genuine recognition. That must be, she started, and then reconsidered, and said, I don't know what that's like. I'm not going to pretend I do. No, Harry said. But it's good. It's actually very good. She's in Elysium, which means she's well. She's herself. She's happy, in the way people in Elysium are happy, which is full and real rather than the blank happiness of the asphodel plain. He looked at Hermione steadily. Most people are afraid of death because they don't know what's there. I know what's there. It changes the math. Ron, who had apparently been listening rather than mapping the Quidditch pitch, said, Does it feel strange? Coming here. To Hogwarts, the living world. Harry thought about it. It feels like going somewhere, he said. The underworld feels like coming home. This feels like going somewhere. Both are real. Both are mine. He looked at the window, at the November sky outside it, gray and immediate. I belong in both. I'm made of both. A quiet moment. The library did its library thing around them, the shuffle of pages, distant whispers, the occasional wheeze of a very old book being reshelved by the enchanted cart that moved between the stacks. I want to ask you something, Hermione said, and the quality of her voice changed, became slightly more careful. About Dumbledore. Harry looked at her. He put you with the Dursleys, she said. I've been thinking about it since you told us. He knew who they were, knew what the situation was likely to be, and he made that choice deliberately. She was very precise. How do you feel about him? It was the question that other people danced around. That Ron had clearly thought about and hadn't asked yet, out of the same careful respect he applied to things that felt sensitive. Hermione had gone directly at it, because Hermione did not believe in dancing around things when the direct approach was available. "I think he made a calculation," Harry said. "I think the calculation prioritized the outcome he thought he was working toward at the cost of things he decided were acceptable collateral damage. I think he was wrong, not because he couldn't have done the math correctly, but because he started from premises about what I needed to be that were themselves wrong. He looked at the window. He wanted me humble. Controllable. Dependent. He thought the living world's version of me would walk into Hogwarts not knowing what he was and needing guidance and could be shaped from there." A pause. "He got me. Which is different," Ron said. "Significantly." Harry almost smiled. "I told him I wanted to have a conversation with him after the year ends. About his reasoning. About what happened." He looked back at Hermione. "I don't want to punish him. I'm not, it's not about that. I want him to understand, completely, what his choices produced. Not out of cruelty. Because he's very intelligent and very capable, and if he understands the full consequences of this choice, maybe the next choice he makes like this will be different." Hermione looked at him for a long moment, and the look had in it the quality that it sometimes had, the look of someone who was seeing something they hadn't expected and was quietly revising their understanding of what they were looking at. "You're remarkable," she said. Harry looked faintly uncomfortable. "I'm just thorough." "You're both," she said. "And the fact that you call it thorough when other people would call it extraordinary is also remarkable. Now you're being circular." "Hermione's always circular when she's right," Ron said. "It's a tell." Hermione threw a small piece of parchment at him. Ron caught it without looking up from what had, Harry now saw, become a remarkably detailed tactical diagram of Gryffindor's likely Quidditch formation for the match against Slytherin. The Quidditch match happened on a Saturday in November that had no interest in being pleasant about it. The sky had the grey-green quality of a sky deciding between rain and something worse, and the wind off the mountains came through the stadium in gusts that made the flags horizontal and produced a creative variety of swearing from the Gryffindor stands. Harry sat in the Gryffindor section between Ron and Hermione and felt the wind push against him and thought about Quidditch the way he'd been thinking about it since September. He hadn't joined the team. This had been a choice. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, had been visibly pained by this. Harry had seen him watching during the flying lesson, had seen the look that was already calculating positions and formations, had recognized the pitch coming before it arrived. Harry had declined, politely, with the explanation that he had other priorities this year. Wood had looked like someone had taken a very good present away immediately after giving it to him. Harry did not like Quidditch. He liked flying, genuinely, the freedom of it, the physical simplicity of it compared to everything else his life required. But Quidditch was a team commitment, a social commitment, a time commitment, and this year had other things in it that demanded his full attention. He'd told Wood he'd reconsider for second year, which was honest. Wood had gone away comforted but not fully consoled. The match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, which meant it had dimensions beyond sport, the oldest rivalry in the school, running so deep it had its own weather. The Slytherin team had the polished quality of people with the equipment and access to practice that came with money and expectation. The Gryffindor team had Angelina Johnson, who was terrifying in the air, and the Weasley twins, who had apparently decided that bludgers were primarily a comedic tool with a secondary use as a weapon. Harry watched the game with the attention he applied to all physical confrontations, looking past the immediate action to the structural logic underneath, the patterns, the way each player's individual approach combined into something larger. He'd done this in training sessions with Nico and had found it useful when it was his own body involved in the action. Watching others, it was simply interesting. The Gryffindor Seeker, a seventh year named Charlie's little sister, no, that was wrong, this was Ginny's older year, no, the Seeker was a boy named something Wood had mentioned. Harry realized he hadn't paid enough attention to the team roster, which was a gap he mentally noted. "Who's the Gryffindor Seeker?" he said. "Davies," Ron said, not taking his eyes off the game. "He's decent but Slytherin Seeker is Marcus's cousin or something, been flying since he was 3 apparently." Is Davies's form usually like that? Ron looked. No. Why is he flying like, is he trying to look casual? He's trying to avoid bludgers while pretending he's not, Harry said. It's making him predictable. The Slytherin Seeker is using that, Hermione said, slightly surprised at herself. Look, every time Davies adjusts left to avoid the bludger, the Slytherin Seeker moves to cut off the most likely snitch position from that angle. Yes, Harry said. How do you know so much about Quidditch? I watched 20 hours of the recorded matches in the school library's pensive room, Harry said. They both looked at him. There's a pensive room? In the restricted section of the library. The entry is technically unrestricted, the contents require permission for some categories. He looked back at the pitch. I had permission. From who? Ron said. Dumbledore. He paused. I asked him politely and he said yes, which seems like the relevant information. Ron made the expression he made when Harry had done something that was either entirely reasonable or completely mad and he couldn't determine which. Hermione made the expression she made when she was adding something to her own to-do list with some urgency. Gryffindor won by 60 points after Davies found the snitch in a steep dive that looked suicidal until it didn't. The stands erupted. Ron stood up immediately, arms in the air, producing a sound that was less a cheer and more a statement of territorial claim. Hermione was clapping with the focused appreciation of someone who had been watching the tactical picture and was applauding the specific quality of the end rather than just the fact of the win. Harry clapped and watched the players land, and thought about flying, and thought about second year, and thought maybe he'd talk to Wood after the holidays. Dumbledore's conversation found him before Harry sought it out. He'd been walking back from the library on a Tuesday evening in late November, later than he should have been, the corridors dim and quiet with the late-hour emptiness of a school settled into its nighttime rhythms, when he found that a particular corridor he'd intended to walk through was occupied by a large, ornate mirror that had not been there before. He stopped. He recognized the mirror. He'd seen it in the underground chamber, had stood before it, had felt the stone drop into his pocket while the mirror showed him what it showed him. It had been moved up here, and the fact that he was in this corridor at this specific time and this mirror was here strongly suggested that someone had arranged for the two things to coincide. He walked toward it. The mirror showed him the same image it had shown underground. Older Harry, or more fully Harry, standing in the Underworld palace with the warm light that was his mother's proximity and Nico beside him and the expression of someone who had carried something heavy and found it was worth the wait. The image was not prophetic in any sense he could evaluate, it was simply desire, what he wanted most distilled to the purest image the mirror could generate. He looked at it for a moment, not with the desperate hunger that the mirror was designed to catch, but with the calm of someone who recognized both what the image was and what it wasn't. You found it again, Dumbledore said, from behind him. Harry turned. The headmaster was sitting in a chair that had also not been there before, positioned in the corridor with the deliberate casualness of someone who had been there for some time. He was wearing magnificent purple robes and eating from a paper bag of sweets, which was either completely genuine or a very studied performance of complete genuineness. You moved it here, Harry said. I've been moving it around the school, Dumbledore said. Away from where students might stumble upon it. It has a tendency to trap people. He held out the bag. Sherbet lemon. Thank you, Harry said, and took one, because accepting offered things graciously was something Nico had told him to practice and he hadn't found a reason to stop. Dumbledore looked at the mirror. What do you see? Family, Harry said. Home. What I'm going toward rather than what I've left. He looked at it. What do you see? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Socks, he said. One can never have too many socks. Harry looked at him. Dumbledore looked back, and his eyes, behind the half-moon glasses, were doing something that was not quite as amused as his expression. Harry held the look for a moment, recognized the deflection for what it was, and decided not to press it because Dumbledore's private grief was Dumbledore's business and this conversation was not the one he'd requested. This one had been arranged by the headmaster, which meant its agenda was the headmaster's. You followed Quirrell, Dumbledore said. Yes. Alone. Yes. Without informing any member of staff. If I'd told a member of staff, Harry said, Quirrell would have been warned through whatever channel he was already using to monitor staff response to situations he'd created. The troll was a distraction to clear the teachers. Notifying teachers of the distraction would have potentially also notified the distraction creator. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was the particular kind of expression that intelligent people produce when they have been given a completely sound argument that they are professionally required to have reservations about anyway. You are 11 years old, he said. I'm aware. The chambers you passed through are designed to stop adult wizards. They're designed to stop people whose primary tool is standard wizarding magic, Harry said. I have additional tools. Yes, Dumbledore said, slowly. You do. He folded the sweet bag and put it in his pocket, and when he spoke again, the gentle elderly quality had shifted into something more direct. Not adversarial. Harry had been watching for adversarial and hadn't found it in Dumbledore, which he found interesting. The man was not his enemy. He had been careless with him, had been wrong about him, but was not his enemy. You said you wanted a conversation after the year ends, Dumbledore said. I suggested then. You agreed. And yet here we are in November. You arranged this, Harry said. This isn't the conversation I requested. This is you deciding to have a different one first. And if it is? Harry turned away from the mirror and faced Dumbledore fully, because that was how you had a real conversation, not with half your attention on your own reflection. Then I'll have this one and the other one both, he said. What do you want to know? Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. How are you, he said. Harry had not expected that question. He stood with it for a second, checking whether it was a deflection or a real question and finding it was a real question, the genuinely human kind, which meant it deserved a genuine answer. I'm well, he said. Genuinely. Hogwarts it's been what I hoped. The work is good. My friends are good. The castle itself is interesting in ways I'm still mapping. He paused. I'm processing some things from Halloween that need a bit more time. Not in a way that's affecting my functioning. And your guardian, Dumbledore said, very carefully. Hades, Harry said, using the name without embellishment because euphemism here would be condescending and Dumbledore was not a man who needed protecting from direct information. He's well. He has strong opinions about the stone's protection system, most of which I agree with. He'll want to know that I told you this. Dumbledore absorbed this. He knows you're here. That you're at Hogwarts. He knows everything, Harry said. I write twice a month. He also there are ways to monitor people under his protection that don't require conventional communication. He looked at Dumbledore. He knows where I am and roughly what I'm doing at all times. So does Nico. And he allowed you to come here. He didn't allow me, Harry said, mildly. I'm not kept. I chose to come here. He supported that choice because it was the right one for me and he understood that. We have a relationship based on genuine respect in both directions, not permission and compliance. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That is, he said, a healthier description of a parent-child relationship than some I have encountered. Yes, Harry said simply. The corridor was quiet. The mirror showed its infinite private images to no one, waiting. Somewhere distant, a prefect was doing rounds, their footsteps muffled and regular. I read your mother's letter, Dumbledore said. Not the one he'd written to Petunia, Harry knew what he meant. Lily's letter. She wrote to you. Not knowing if you'd ever read it. About who she hoped you'd be. He looked at the mirror. I kept it. I intended to give it to you when you were older. When you were ready. Harry thought about this. I'd like it, he said. I'll send it to your quarters. A pause. She was, in my experience, the most gifted student I ever taught. I have taught a great many students. I know, Harry said. She told me. She said your transfiguration classes were the only ones where she felt like the teacher actually wanted her to surpass him. Dumbledore looked at the middle distance. That is the only kind of teaching worth doing, he said, very quietly. Harry looked at him, really looked, with the same full attention he turned on most things, looking past the performance of the wise old headmaster to the person underneath, who was old and brilliant and carrying a significant number of things he'd never fully resolved and who had made a terrible calculation about a 4-year-old child and had been living with the fact of that calculation for 7 years. He wasn't going to make it easy for him. That wasn't cruelty, it was honesty, and Dumbledore would recognize the difference. But he wasn't going to make it needlessly hard, either. I'll see you at the end of your conversation, Harry said. I'll be ready to talk honestly. I'd ask that you be too. Yes, Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry with something that was old and genuine and not entirely comfortable with itself. I think I owe you more than a conversation, Harry. Start with the conversation, Harry said. We'll see where it goes. December arrived and the school filled with the particular energy of a term approaching its end, the acceleration of deadlines and the deceleration of attention that coexisted during exam preparation, the decorations that appeared overnight and transformed the castle's stone corridors into something warmer, the gradual thinning of students as the Christmas holidays claimed them. Harry was not going home for Christmas. He had discussed this with Hades in October, and Hades had said that staying at the school over the holidays was operationally reasonable given the situation, and Harry had said the situation was resolved and Hades had said the situation was contained, which was different, and they'd had a brief and productive argument that concluded with Harry staying for Christmas because he was curious what Hogwarts looked like with most of its students gone. Nico had sent a letter that said, "You're staying at school because you want to see what it's like quiet. You could just come home and I could tell you." Then below that, in smaller writing, "We'll celebrate properly when you're back in January. Dad is pretending he hasn't already chosen your gift." Harry had written back, "Tell him the Styx can keep its secrets for another month. Also tell him thank you." Ron was also staying. This had been a source of visible relief to Ron, though he hadn't framed it that way. He'd framed it as "Mom won't mind, there's plenty of people at home anyway, it's probably better actually," but the quality of his relief when Harry said he was staying was unmistakable. Harry understood it as the specific variety of loneliness that hit people who had large families during holidays, the particular ache of being one of many, and said nothing about it because Ron didn't need that observed, just accommodated. Hermione was going home to her parents. She left on the 23rd with a list of books she intended to read over the break, which Ron reviewed with the expression of someone watching a nature documentary, and the specific quality of hug she gave Harry, quick, fierce, precise, that told him she had feelings about the goodbyes and had decided not to perform them. "Thanatos," she told the owl seriously, before she left, "make sure he writes to me at least once." Thanatos regarded her with the dignified authority of someone who had been addressed correctly. Christmas morning at Hogwarts had a quality Harry hadn't anticipated. He'd expected quiet. He'd expected the absence of noise, and he got that, the great castle genuinely quieter than he'd heard it, the usual background hum of several hundred students reduced to a smaller, warmer sound. But the quiet wasn't empty. It was full. Full of the castle's own presence, more audible without the competing noise, and the warm firelight in the common room where he and Ron sat with their small pile of presents, and outside the windows a snowfall that had been going since midnight and showed no signs of stopping. Ron's presents were from his mother, a magnificent jumper in deep blue, a substantial amount of food, and something from the twins that produced a brief and very satisfying explosion of color that Harry suspected was meant to go off at a more awkward moment. Harry had 3 presents. The first from Nico, a small obsidian knife, perfectly balanced, 4 inches long, with a handle worn smooth by use. Not new. The note said, "Mine from when I was your age. You'll need something at your hip that isn't a wand. Don't let any professors confiscate it. Happy Christmas." Harry ran his thumb along the flat of the blade and felt the Underworld's faint resonance in the stone. It had been made there, or had spent enough time there to absorb the ambient quality, and thought about Nico at 11, learning to use this, and felt something that was both warmth and the specific kind of longing that good things at a distance produced. The second from Hades, a small leather journal, black, with a clasp that was locked in a way that had nothing to do with conventional locks. Inside the clasp was the impression of Harry's own fingerprint, permanent, built in, only he could open it. The first page had a single line in Hades' handwriting, which was precise and ancient and looked like something that had been written with a stylus rather than a quill, for what you discover. Write it down. The things you learn in both worlds are worth keeping together. Harry looked at this for a long moment. Then he closed the journal and put it carefully beside him. The third present had no card. It was wrapped in paper that shimmered, that had no proper color, and when he unwrapped it, he found a cloak. He held it up. It fell through his hands like water. Like shadow. Like nothing. He could see through it, could see Ron's confused expression through the fabric as if the fabric wasn't there at all. He put his hand underneath it and his hand disappeared. Not the warmth or the weight or the awareness of his hand, just the visible fact of it, perfectly hidden. He recognized what it was. Not from personal experience but from his reading, from the catalogue of significant magical objects he'd been quietly compiling since he'd known he was coming here. He recognized the properties, the quality, the way it moved. He recognized it as one of three and understood, with the certainty of someone who had spent years thinking about soul magic and the structure of death, why the three were significant. The Deathly Hallows. The Cloak of Invisibility. His father's cloak, passed down through generations of potters, lost and found and lost again. And here, with no card, placed in his hands on Christmas morning. Dumbledore had it. Harry knew that as certainly as he knew anything, had been putting the pieces together since the conversation in the corridor, had been reading the gaps in what he'd been told and finding the shape of the thing that occupied them. Dumbledore had had the cloak. Dumbledore had sent it back, now, without a card, which was either an acknowledgement of wrongness or the first move in a longer conversation or both. Harry put the cloak on. He vanished from Ron's perspective completely. Ron said, "Bloody hell," with genuine feeling, and Harry laughed, and in the gold light of Christmas morning in Gryffindor Common Room, invisible, his laugh was just sound, entirely present, entirely real, nothing hidden about it. He took the cloak off. "Invisibility cloak," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "Who from?" Harry looked at the empty parchment the cloak had been wrapped in. "Someone who thought I should have it back," he said. January brought two things. The return of Hermione with 4 books that hadn't been on her original list and a comprehensive account of her parents' reactions to hearing about the troll, and a letter from Hades that was 3 pages long and the most direct communication Harry had received from him since the Halloween conversation. He read it in the dormitory with the door closed. The letter covered, in order, Hades' assessment of Voldemort's current state based on the Shade Network's observations since Halloween, dispersed but seeking, moving through the spirit world in a way that was resourceful and deeply irritating, the question of Quirrell's recovery, which was apparently proceeding but slowly, complicated by months of parasitic occupation, and then, occupying the last page, something that was not operational, not administrative, not the pragmatic communication of a guardian managing a situation. "You told the fragment what waits," it said. "I'm told by one of the intake shades that there was an unusual arrival the morning after Halloween, barely a fragment, barely a presence, almost too small to register. It stood at the intake point for longer than usual before dispersing back toward the living world. Whatever you said to it, it heard. I am not suggesting this changes the trajectory of what must happen. I am noting it because I think you should know the effect of what you chose to do. I have been considering what to tell you for several months about Albus Dumbledore and I have decided on honesty, which is the approach I recommend. He is not your enemy. He is a man who loves the world he is trying to protect so much that he has occasionally forgotten to love the people in it. This is a specific and recurring failure in very intelligent people who care about large abstractions. It is correctable, but only if the person is willing to make it so. You have already decided how to approach him. I believe your approach is correct. Come home well. Harry folded the letter and put it in the obsidian journal with the locked clasp. He added 3 sentences beneath it, not a response, because the letter didn't require one, but an annotation for himself. He came to a cupboard under the stairs in Surrey because a thread was wrong. He didn't have to. He wasn't supposed to. He chose it. That's what real power looks like. The exams at the end of the year came with the inevitability of large scheduled events, and Harry approached them with the systematic thoroughness he applied to everything that could be approached systematically, which was most things. Hermione was in her element. She had been building toward this since September, and her preparation was architectural, constructed with the rigor of someone who did not distinguish between preparing for a thing and ensuring perfect outcomes. Ron studied in the functional, focused bursts of someone who needed defined objectives and worked well under time pressure, which was a perfectly valid approach that produced better results than he expected and worse results than Hermione told him to expect. Harry moved through the practicals with an ease that he was aware looked effortless and was not. The preparation behind it was invisible but significant, and through the written exams with the clean focus of someone who had spent his entire conscious life in a place where information was treated as genuinely important and worth holding carefully. He finished his charms practical in 20 minutes. Flitwick watched him produce a series of increasingly complex variations on the assigned charm, first the required version, then 3 variations that were technically beyond first-year curriculum, and wrote something in his notes that he covered with his hand, which Harry found endearing. Snape's potions exam was, in Harry's opinion, the most interesting of the written portions because Snape had structured the questions in a way that rewarded actual understanding over memorization, which was unusual and suggested that underneath the methodical hostility there was a teacher who genuinely cared about the subject and was frustrated when students treated it as a series of steps to memorize rather than a coherent body of knowledge. He wrote that in the margin of the last question, then reconsidered, then left it, because honesty was usually worth the risk. Snape's expression when he returned the paper was unreadable. He got an outstanding. He got outstandings in everything except history of magic, because Professor Binns had been delivering the same lecture cycle since approximately the reign of Alfred the Great, and the exam reflected the lecture, which reflected nothing that Harry had found in any other source, and while he could reproduce the lecture's particular narrative of magical history, he found it philosophically interesting to answer several of the questions with what the primary sources actually said. He got an exceeds expectations in history of magic. McGonagall announced the top scores at the final Transfiguration class, in the form of reading the grades aloud to the class, and when she reached Harry's, which she read last, for reasons that were probably intentional, the class had a reaction that was divided fairly cleanly between people who found it satisfying and people who found it irritating, and one person, Hermione, who made an expression that was pure intellectual pleasure at the score and then looked slightly annoyed that she'd made the expression in public. "She's annoyed about Transfiguration," Ron said, under his breath. "She should be annoyed about potions," Harry said quietly. "She got outstanding and argued with Snape about the essay question for 15 minutes. She argues with everyone for 15 minutes, Ron said. "She argues with me for longer," Harry said. "Which I think means she takes me more seriously." Ron looked at him. "Is that a compliment?" "I think it is," Harry said. The last night of the school year had the quality of endings that were also beginnings, the specific bittersweet weight of a door closing that was also a door opening, the calendar logic of conclusion that made things significant by being final. Harry walked the castle at midnight. This was something he'd done twice before, once in early October, once in early December, using the cloak of invisibility to move through the nighttime Hogwarts that was entirely different from the day version, quieter, more itself, the portraits moving freely, the ghosts having conversations they didn't have when students were present, the castle's own magic more audible. He'd mapped it both times, and now he walked the familiar route from Gryffindor Tower to the 7th floor to the Astronomy Tower to the ground floor corridor that ran along the outside of the Great Hall. He paused at the Great Hall doors. Inside, the ceiling showed a clear June sky, the last stars fading as the earliest light touched the edge of the enchanted atmosphere. He stood in the doorway and looked at it and thought about the year, the sorting, the classes, Quirrell, the chambers, Dumbledore in the corridor with the mirror, Christmas morning, the exams. The shape of it, all of it, laid out in order, each piece fitting the next with the clarity of something that had gone the way it was supposed to go. He thought about the conversation with Dumbledore that was scheduled for the next day. He'd been preparing for it the way he prepared for most things, not with the anticipation of confrontation, but with the clarity of someone who knew what they needed to say and had determined that saying it fully and honestly was worth the discomfort of both parties. He thought about Ron, asleep in the dormitory with the sprawling contentment of someone at the end of a good year. About Hermione, who had already packed and repacked twice and was probably awake reading for the journey. About Nico's knife at his hip, light and familiar now after 7 months. About Thanatos, who was sitting on the perch by the window when Harry had left, blinking in the way that meant I know you're going out and I'm choosing not to comment. He thought about the Underworld. About the Styx running past the palace walls and the field of asphodel and the light that filtered through the veil like stars. About Hades' study and Persephone's greenhouse and the Hall of Judgment that he was not yet allowed in but understood from 7 years of hearing it described. About Elysium's border, and the souls who stopped to talk to a child sitting with a book, and what they'd said about light and spring and the smell of asphodelus growing in the dark. He pulled the cloak off, because it was his and he didn't need it for this, for standing in a doorway in an empty castle at the edge of the year looking at a sky that showed him what was actually above it. He was 11 years old. He was a wizard and a child of 2 worlds and the ward of the Lord of the Dead and the brother of a demigod and the friend of 2 people who were, he thought, going to be remarkable. He had a wand made from the veil and a knife made of obsidian and a journal locked to his fingerprint and a cloak that was his by blood and right. He had faced the fragment of the man who had killed his parents and had felt neither terror nor rage, just the clear purposeful calm of someone who knew what they were doing and why. He was not the boy who lived. He was not a symbol or a prophecy or a piece on someone's board. He was Harry, and the year was over, and home was waiting, and the door was both closed and open. He went back to bed. Chapter 6, Summer's End and What Comes Next. The Hogwarts Express moved south through the morning. Harry sat in the compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched Scotland give way to England through the window, the Highlands flattening into moorland, flattening into fields, the dramatic into the merely pleasant, the ancient into the contemporary. He'd been watching this transition in reverse 7 months ago, going the other direction, and the difference between the 2 journeys was not small. Going, he'd been alone in the compartment when it started. Coming back, Ron was opposite him eating the last of his mother's Christmas biscuits that had survived the journey in his trunk through a feat of structural biscuit preservation that defied explanation, and Hermione was beside Harry with a book open in her lap that she was actually reading rather than using as social cover. Thanatos was in his cage overhead with the settled quality of a bird who had decided the train was acceptable and had stopped auditing its structural integrity. "You're going home today," Ron said. Not a question, just the observation of someone putting the day's logistics together. "Yes," Harry said. "Someone's meeting me at King's Cross." "Nico?" Hermione said, without looking up from her book. "Yes. Your brother," Ron said, for the 3rd or 4th time across the year, each time with the specific quality of someone who was still doing the recalibration math. "His brother is the son of the Greek god of death, which makes his brother a demigod, which means demigods are real, which means," the calculation seemed to have different downstream implications every time he ran it. "Is he coming all the way to the station?" "He usually does," Harry said. "He likes London. He says it has good ghost density." "Good ghost," Ron stopped. Reconsidered. "Right. For him that's a perfectly normal thing to say." "It is a perfectly normal thing to say," Harry agreed. Hermione turned a page. "I've been thinking about the prophecy," she said, without preamble, because Hermione's mode of introduction for difficult conversations was to begin them and rely on context. Harry looked at her. "You told us about it in October," she said. "The general shape of it. Neither can live while the other survives. I've been thinking about what that actually means, technically, from a magical theory perspective, since Halloween." "What have you concluded?" Harry said. "That it doesn't necessarily mean what people assume it means." She closed the book, which was the signal that this was now the main conversation rather than a parallel track. Most people interpret neither can live while the other survives as a death sentence. One of you must kill the other. But the language is imprecise in the original Latin, and prophecies are notoriously, they're not instructions. They're descriptions of a magical reality that already exists. She looked at him. If that's true, then the prophecy isn't telling you what must happen. It's describing what's true. And what's true is that as long as Voldemort exists as he currently exists, something in you is not fully resolved. And as long as I exist, Harry said, something in him can't be fully what it is. Yes. The framing as mutual destruction might be a misread. She paused. I'm not saying it isn't dangerous. I'm saying the shape of it might be different from what everyone assumes. Harry looked at the window. The fields were faster now, the train pushing harder through the flatlands. I've thought about this, he said. Since before I came to Hogwarts. Hades and I talked about it. He paused. His view is that prophecies describe trajectories, not destinations. The trajectory is that Voldemort and I move toward a resolution. The nature of the resolution is not predetermined. That's consistent with what I found, Hermione said. What you both found, Ron said, sounds like you're still going to have to face him properly. Eventually. When he's not a fragment. Yes, Harry said. Right. Ron ate the last biscuit with the deliberate calm of someone doing something concrete in the face of large abstract information. So we prepare. Harry looked at him. We, he said. Obviously we, Ron said. You're my friend. What, you thought I was just going to wave you off when it got serious? I handled a mountain troll. He said it with the dignity of someone citing credentials. I can handle preparation for eventually facing the Dark Lord. The mountain troll was already unconscious when I got there, Harry said. It was mostly unconscious, Ron said. I finished the job. Hermione closed her book all the way and put it in her bag with the decisiveness of someone who had made a decision. We have 2 months, she said. I'm going to read everything available on Horcruxes. Harry looked at her sharply. I suspected, she said. From what you described about the fragment. The way it behaved. The frayed quality you mentioned. Soul magic that tears rather than ends. She looked at him steadily. That's the mechanism, isn't it? That's how he survived. Yes, Harry said. That's what Hades told me in October. How many? Unknown. At least one other than the fragment we encountered. Possibly more. The magic is, he stopped. It's the most profound violation of death's natural order that exists. Creating a Horcrux requires splitting the soul and binding a piece of it to an object. The soul sustains the object. The object sustains the fragment. As long as the objects exist, the fragments can't pass on. He looked at her. My father finds it personally offensive. I imagine he does, Hermione said dryly. I imagine, Ron said, that the god of the dead having a personal stake in destroying Voldemort's soul anchors is actually quite useful. It's not nothing, Harry agreed. The train pulled toward London and the three of them sat with the information the way you sat with the large-shaped things, not trying to resolve them immediately, just holding them, letting the weight settle into the right position. The compartment had the quality of something that had defined itself over 9 months and would carry that definition forward, regardless of geography. The conversation with Dumbledore had happened the morning before departure. Harry had gone to the headmaster's office at 9, knocked, entered on invitation, and sat in the chair across from the desk with the desk between them in the way the desk had been put there to be, and looked at Dumbledore across it. The office was extraordinary. He'd never been inside it before and had catalogued it quickly on entry, the portraits of previous headmasters, some awake and watching, some appearing to sleep, the various silver instruments on the shelves that spun and puffed and tracked things he didn't fully know, Fawkes on his perch, an old red phoenix who had looked at Harry when he walked in with the knowing, patient regard of something that had seen many rooms begin and end and was still here. Fawkes looked at Harry and Harry looked back, and they arrived at a mutual acknowledgement without negotiation. Dumbledore had placed a letter on the desk between them. Harry recognized the handwriting on the envelope, had recognized it in the library in the Underworld at age 8, when he'd sat for an hour with a warm light that carried his mother's face. The handwriting was hers, was the same quality of handwriting he'd seen in the books she'd left annotated at Hogwarts, the precise and slightly slanted hand of someone who thought quickly and wrote to keep up. He picked it up. He didn't open it. He put it in his inside pocket, against his chest, and looked at Dumbledore. "I'll read it privately," he said. "Of course," Dumbledore said. A moment of quiet. The instruments on the shelves ticked and moved. Fawkes ruffled one wing, settled. "You want to begin," Harry said. "You've been preparing this." "I've been preparing many things for many years," Dumbledore said. "Some of them were right. Some of them were." He looked at his hands on the desk, and the look was not performance. It was the specific quality of a man being honest about something he had preferred not to be honest about, doing it because the person across from him had earned it and because he was, underneath the accumulation of careful strategizing, a person who believed in honesty and found it easier to do when someone else was already doing it first. Some of them were wrong. "The choice to leave me on Privet Drive," Harry said. "Yes." "Walk me through it," Harry said. "Not the justification. The actual reasoning at the time." Dumbledore looked at him. "You want the process, not the conclusion. I want to understand how a man as intelligent as you arrived at a decision that catastrophically failed the person it was supposed to protect." He said it without heat, without edge, just the direct statement of someone asking a genuine question. Not to condemn it. To understand it. "Because you'll make a similar decision again someday, about someone else, and I'd like to think that having this conversation now might change how you make it." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The quality of his quiet was different from Hades' quiet, where Hades' silence was settled, ancient, the quiet of something that had been thinking for millennia. Dumbledore's quiet was active, turning something over, the silence of a very fast mind pausing itself deliberately. "I believed," Dumbledore said slowly, "that the protection your mother's sacrifice created was the most powerful magical safeguard available. I believed that it required a blood connection to work, specifically Petunia, because she shared Lily's blood. I believed that a child raised in that protection, raised knowing he was ordinary while the world waited for him to be extraordinary, would develop the humility and the hunger that I thought would be necessary." He paused. "I did not ask Petunia if she would treat you well. I chose to assume she would, because the alternative, that she wouldn't, that a child might suffer, was an obstacle to the plan rather than a consideration of the plan." "You made me instrumental," Harry said. "Yes. You decided what I needed to be and then created conditions to produce it, rather than asking what I actually needed." "Yes." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "And I was profoundly wrong. Not only about what you needed. About what it meant to make that choice." He paused again. "A child is not a piece on a board. I knew this. I know this. And I made you one anyway, because the stakes were very large and I was afraid." Harry looked at him. "Afraid of Voldemort? Afraid of failing against Voldemort? Which is different?" Dumbledore's expression was one Harry hadn't seen on it before, the expression of someone who had been carrying something long enough that it had become part of their posture, and who was putting it down now, just briefly, to feel the weight of it. The fear of loss can make people treat people like resources. It is one of the most common moral failures available to those of us who care about outcomes. Harry thought about this. About Hades, who had made the opposite calculation, who had seen a child in a cupboard and decided the child mattered more than any outcome. About what it cost to make that choice versus what it cost not to. "Can I ask you something honestly?" he said. "Yes. If I had arrived at Hogwarts the way you planned, small, uncertain, overwhelmed, trained on nothing and needing everything, would you have told me the truth? About the prophecy. About the Horcruxes. About what was actually required of me." Dumbledore's silence was the answer, before his words caught up. Eventually, he said. When I thought you were ready. When you thought I was ready, Harry said, or when you thought the information served the plan. The silence was longer this time. I don't know, Dumbledore said finally, and it was the most honest thing he'd said in the whole conversation, and they both knew it. Harry nodded. He looked at his hands, at the obsidian knife handle just visible at his hip, at the wand in his pocket, at the ordinary physical facts of himself in this chair in this office. I'm telling you now, he said, as a courtesy and because I think you'll be useful to have fully informed, I know about the Horcruxes. I know roughly how many there are likely to be. I know that destroying them is the necessary prerequisite to any final resolution of the prophecy. And I know that doing this will take time and require resources that cross between the wizarding world and mine. He looked at Dumbledore. I'm not asking for permission. I'm offering collaboration. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, full moment. And then something happened in his expression that Harry thought might be the rarest thing he'd seen on a human face in a year full of human faces, the specific, genuine, unperformed expression of a powerful person recognizing that the situation had been entirely reorganized around them and deciding to respond to the reality rather than the situation they'd planned for. What would collaboration look like? Dumbledore asked. You share what you know about the Horcruxes, Harry said. All of it. The research, the suspected locations, the objects. In return, I share resources and capabilities that the wizarding world doesn't have access to. He paused. My father has been managing the soul damage Voldemort causes for 50 years. He knows things about the mechanics of what Voldemort did that no living wizard knows. That information is relevant. You'd ask Hades to share that, Dumbledore said carefully. I'd ask him to consider it, Harry said. I can't guarantee his answer. I'm not his subordinate and I wouldn't try to be. He looked at Dumbledore. But I think, if you approach him correctly, he would. He is not opposed to this world. He simply has no patience for being ignored or managed. And how does one approach the Lord of the Dead correctly? Honestly, Harry said. Directly. Without trying to outmaneuver him, because you can't. He has been managing the full accounting of human behavior since before recorded history and he can spot a gambit faster than you can think of one. He almost smiled. He also, for what it's worth, respects competence. You are very competent. He'll find that relevant. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, in a voice that was lower than his usual register, more unguarded, he took care of you. Yes, Harry said. Well. Better than well, Harry said. He gave me everything. Not the conventional things, not warmth and softness and comfort, those aren't what he does, but honesty, and purpose, and the full picture of what I was walking into. He treated me as someone worth telling the truth to. He paused. That's more than most people get. Dumbledore looked at the window. Outside, the grounds were bright with June morning, the lake reflecting the sky, students crossing the grass toward the carriages and the boats in the last organized departure of the year. He looked at it for a moment with the look of someone who loves a place deeply and has made decisions in service of that love that they are not proud of. Next year, Dumbledore said. I will do better. I know, Harry said. I'm counting on it. He stood up, straightened his robes, picked up his bag. Thank you for the cloak. It's mine. I understand you knew that and chose to return it now rather than earlier. It was always yours, Dumbledore said. The timing was, a pause. Later than it should have been. Yes, Harry said simply, and went to the door. Harry, Dumbledore said. He turned. Dumbledore was looking at him with Fawkes watching from the perch and the portraits watching from the walls and the morning light coming through the window and falling across the desk. He looked like what he was, a very old, very capable, genuinely well-intentioned man who had made a terrible mistake and was beginning, perhaps for the first time, to make it mean something. Your mother would have been, he started, and then stopped, because whatever he had been going to say was apparently too large for easy completion. She would have, I know, Harry said. She is. He left. King's Cross was the same as it had been in September, the same organized chaos, the same volume, the same smell of a large transport hub processing thousands of people at once, but it felt different from the inside now, the way familiar places felt different once you had context for them. He found Nico at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which was exactly where he expected to find him, because Nico had the instinct for the correct position in a space that all good fighters had. Nico looked the same and also slightly older, which was how Nico looked every time Harry had been away for a while, the quiet accumulation of time on a face that was already older than its years. He was wearing his usual black, hands in pockets, leaning against the wall with the quality of someone who had been waiting exactly the right amount of patience. He looked at Harry from across the crowd. Harry pushed through the last of it and stopped in front of him. "You're taller," Nico said. 2 inches, Harry said. I measured. How was the year? Eventful. Define eventful. I faced Voldemort in a dungeon, had a substantive conversation with the headmaster about moral philosophy, learned to play chess properly, made 2 friends who I expect to keep, identified at least one Horcrux situation that needs addressing, and got outstanding on my transfiguration exam. Nico looked at him for a moment. Which part of that did you put first on purpose? The Voldemort part, Harry said. Because it's the part you're most worried about and it's better to address it directly than let you build to it. You faced Voldemort, Nico said. What's left of him? A fragment. It detached and dispersed. Are you hurt? No. Are you, Harry? Are you actually fine, or are you doing the thing where fine means functional but not actually fine? Harry thought about this. He gave it genuine consideration, which was what Nico deserved. I'm actually fine, he said. There are things that are going to take more time. The conversation with Dumbledore had parts that were harder than I expected. Not because I wasn't prepared. Because some things land differently in person. He paused. But I'm fine. I'm genuinely, actually fine. Nico looked at him for one more second, doing the assessment that he always did when Harry said he was fine, the check that went past the stated information to the quality underneath. He found what he found, and something in his expression settled. Good, he said. He reached out and put one hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, the same gesture as September, quick and deliberate. Come on. Dad's waiting. Where? Not here. There's a shadow at the south entrance. He picked up the heavier end of Harry's trunk without being asked. Also Persephone sent a message. She wants to see you as soon as we're back. What about? She didn't say. But she was using the tone she uses when she has something specific to tell someone and she's been thinking about how to tell it. Nico glanced at him sideways. Could be the Horcrux thing. Could be something else. She's been talking to someone in Elysium this season, someone she met through your soul calling apparently, and the conversations have apparently been, he paused. Illuminating. Harry thought about who in Elysium Persephone might be talking to, that he'd connected her to through his soul calling visits. His mother came to mind first and stayed there. Right, he said. Don't panic. I'm not panicking. You went very still. I do that when I'm thinking. You do that when you're almost panicking but have decided not to, Nico said. There's a technical difference. The technical difference is that I'm not panicking, Harry said. Correct. They moved through the crowd toward the south entrance, Nico managing the trolley with the ease of someone who had carried more inconvenient things in more inconvenient situations, and Harry beside him with the familiar weight of Thanatos' cage and the new weight of a year's worth of understanding stacked against the older weight of everything that had made him. The underworld received him back the way it always received him, with the sound of the sticks and the smell of stone that had never known weather and the deep settled quiet that existed in the space between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The shadow travel transition, always instantaneous, never comfortable for Nico, who made a small controlled sound of displeasure at the arrival, felt to Harry like the specific sensation of something slotting into place. Coming home was a physical feeling, had always been, since he was 4 years old and had been brought here on a cold October evening in a man's hand. He stood in the main corridor for a moment. The torches were lit, which meant someone had known they were arriving. The torches didn't light automatically, someone had to want them lit, and that someone was in the palace. The shadows on the walls moved toward him in the way they moved when he'd been gone for a while and had come back, a slow comfortable orientation that had no self-consciousness about it. He touched one of the walls. The stone was cool and absolutely familiar. "Welcome back," said a ghost from somewhere above him, one of the administrative shades who worked the palace corridors. "We noticed the shadow thread this morning." "Good morning," Harry said. "Has everything been well?" "Quiet," the shade said, with the contentment of someone who found quiet optimal. "As it should be." Nico had the trolley through the main doors and was directing it with the focused authority of someone who knew exactly where things went and declined to watch them go there wrong. Harry picked up Thanatos' cage and carried it toward his room, which was at the end of a corridor on the second level, a room he'd had since he was 4, bigger now than it had been then, expanded twice as he'd grown, with a window that had always looked out over the asphodel fields and walls that had accumulated, over 7 years, the comfortable evidence of a life actually lived in them. Books. Maps. 2 swords in a rack above the desk, one practice, one that wasn't. A series of notes on the wall that were organized by subject, which looked chaotic but had an internal logic that was perfectly legible to him. A photograph, one of the few, that sat on the shelf above the window, Harry at 8, Nico at 16, standing outside the palace with the specific expressions of people who are not usually photographed and are visibly processing it. He set Thanatos' cage on the perch stand by the window. Thanatos stepped out, shook himself thoroughly, and arranged himself with the precise dignity of someone resuming his correct position after an inconvenience. "You were good this year," Harry told him. "The deliveries were always fast." Thanatos regarded him. That was a compliment. Thanatos blinked, once, which Harry had decided to read as acknowledgement. He opened his trunk and began to unpack with the efficient calm of someone who had returned from a journey and was putting the components of one life back in their right places before picking up the other one. Books to the shelf. Notes to the appropriate sections of the wall. The journal with the locked clasp to the desk, because he had things to add to it. The obsidian knife, already at his hip, was already home. The cloak he folded carefully and put in the wooden box he kept on the upper shelf, the box that held the things that mattered most, that weren't just useful but significant. He was taking his Hogwarts robes out of the trunk when someone knocked on the door. "Come in," he said. Hades opened the door. He stood in the doorway, in his study clothes, which were what Harry privately called the version of Hades that wasn't performing anything, the simple dark clothes that he wore when he was working or reading, without the formal quality of his public aspect. He looked at Harry with the look he had that was not the administrative look or the judicial look or the one he used when making decisions that affected large groups of souls. The other look. The one Harry had been reading since he was 4, that had no technical name because Hades had never named it, that meant something that functioned as what most fathers' faces did when their child came home. "You're well," Hades said. "Yes," Harry said. Nico said eventful. "It was." "Sit down," Hades said. "Tell me." Harry sat on the end of his bed. Hades moved the chair from the desk and sat in it, which was something he did in this room and almost nowhere else, the small adjustment of position that acknowledged that this was Harry's space and he was visiting rather than presiding, that the conversation they were about to have was between 2 people rather than between a guardian and his ward. Harry told him. All of it. Not in the order it happened, not chronologically, which was the order of events, but in the order of significance, which was the order that reflected what it had actually meant. He told him about Quirrell in the apothecary and the soul fragments quality. He told him about Nick and the information about the troll and the stone and the way the ghost had looked at him when he talked about what waited on the other side. He told him about the chambers, about the mirror, about facing the fragment, about what he'd said to it. He told him about Dumbledore. Here he was more careful, not because he was protecting the headmaster but because the conversation had had layers and he wanted to give them accurately. He told Hades about the cloak and what it meant. He told him about the conversation in the office, the morning before the train, the things Dumbledore had said and the thing that was most honest, the I don't know, and why it mattered. He wants collaboration, Hades said. I offered it, Harry said. Conditionally. On what conditions? Full transparency about the Horcruxes. Everything he knows, all of it, immediately, not in pieces delivered when he decides I'm ready. He looked at his father. And I mentioned that his access to the information you have about Voldemort's soul damage would be valuable. I said I'd ask if you'd consider sharing it. Hades was quiet for a moment. He had the quality of consideration that he had when information had been given and he was processing it completely before responding, which was one of the things Harry had always found most clarifying about him. He didn't react, he responded, and the difference was the space in between. What is your assessment of Dumbledore? Hades said. Not what you think of his choices. What do you think he is? Harry thought about this. About the office and Fawkes and the instruments and the careful, intelligent, genuinely conflicted man behind the desk. I think he loves things more than he loves people, Harry said. He loves the wizarding world, loves magic, loves the institution of Hogwarts. And those loves are real and not nothing. But they can override his consideration of individual people when the stakes feel large enough. He paused. I think that's correctable. I think this year started correcting it. I think he needs to be held to honesty consistently and he'll respond to it. He looked at his father. I don't think he'll betray a collaboration if he's committed to it. He has a genuine ethical core. It's just sometimes buried under the strategy. Hades said nothing for a moment. You're asking me to share with a man who put you in a cupboard under the stairs for 4 years, he said. I'm asking you to consider it, Harry said. Because what he has access to, combined with what you know, is better than either one alone. And what's coming, Voldemort isn't gone. He's dispersed. He'll reconstitute. The fragment will find a way, or a new host, or something we haven't thought of yet. When he comes back properly, we need to be ready. He looked at his father. I want to be ready. I want everyone who can be useful to be useful. And I don't want to waste time managing Dumbledore's access to information when he could just have the information. Another silence. Then Hades said, he comes here. Harry blinked. Sorry. If I am going to share information with Albus Dumbledore, Hades said, with the tone of someone dictating terms rather than suggesting an option, he comes here. He doesn't receive documents or reports. He comes to the Underworld and he has the conversation in my domain, and I can assess him directly. A pause. I don't collaborate with people I haven't met. Harry thought about Dumbledore descending into the Underworld. About the particular quality of that meeting, 2 ancient intelligences in the same room, both of them carrying large and careful histories, both of them paying full attention to what the other was. He thought about what Dumbledore would make of Hades, and what Hades would make of Dumbledore, and the things that might come from both of those makings. He'll agree, Harry said. He'll want to see it. He's been curious about the afterlife his entire life. He'll say yes before I finish the sentence. Then tell him, Hades said. After the summer. When the year turns. Okay, Harry said. Hades stood, which was the signal that the formal portion of the conversation was complete. He moved the chair back to the desk with the same economy with which he did most physical things. At the door he stopped with his hand on the frame, not looking back, in the specific mirror of a posture Harry had used more than once in this very room. 11 outstanding marks, he said. 10, Harry said. Exceeds expectations in history of magic. Binns teaches from a flawed primary source and I said so in the paper. Outstandings in everything else. Yes. And you faced a Voldemort fragment alone in a room and it dispersed. Yes. A pause. The mirror showed you home, Hades said, not a question. Home and family, Harry said. You, and Nico, and Mum somewhere in the light. The version of me that had done what I'm going to do and was back. Another pause, longer. Good, Hades said. He went. Harry sat on the end of his bed for a moment, in the comfortable weight of the room that was fully his, in the world that was fully his, with the sound of the sticks running outside and the shadows moving gently and Thanatos blinking at the asphodel fields through the window with supreme indifference. He took out the letter. He hadn't opened it on the train or in the station or in the transition or in the first minutes of being home. He'd kept it in his inside pocket, against his chest, because it required a specific kind of space to open, a particular quality of stillness and privacy that he'd been waiting for. He had it now. He opened the envelope. The handwriting was exactly as he remembered it from the library, from the annotated books, from her face when she smiled, precise and slightly slanted and moving quickly to keep up with the thoughts. The letter was 2 pages, both sides of one sheet, and she had clearly started it at one time and come back to it later, because the second half had a slightly different quality of hand. To my Harry, it said. I'm writing this not knowing when or whether you'll read it. I don't know what happens after tonight, after what I'm choosing. I know what I hope. I hope you grow up somewhere warm and full of people who know what you're worth. I hope you have a garden and good food and friends who find your mind remarkable because it will be remarkable. I hope someone teaches you to laugh properly and that you learn that the world is wider than whatever room you're in. Your father wanted to fight tonight. I made him take you away first and I stayed because I wanted to be between you and it for as long as I could be. That choice is mine, fully. I don't regret it. If I regret anything, it's only that I won't be there to watch you become what you're going to become. I expect you'll be extraordinary. Not because of what happened tonight, because of who you were before tonight. At 17 months, you already had a quality of attention that made adults feel genuinely seen. You already had a sense of humor that was dry and immediate and slightly unnerving in someone who hadn't learned to talk properly yet. You already knew the difference between a person who was good to you because they wanted something and a person who was good to you because that was what they were. That's not a magical quality. That's just you. Hold on to it. I love you past everything I know how to measure. I don't know what comes next for me. But I know, the way I know magic is real and the world is larger than any single account of it, that love is not the kind of thing that stops. I'll find you again somehow. I'm certain of it. Mom. Harry read it twice. He folded it carefully along its original creases, put it back in the envelope, and put the envelope in the wooden box on the upper shelf, beside the cloak that had been his father's and was now his. He sat for a while. The shadows moved. The sticks ran. Thanatos made the small settling sound that birds made when they were content in their position. Outside the window, the asphodel fields moved in whatever passed for wind in the underworld, gray-green and slow, the souls drifting through their eternity with the peaceful blankness of the resting dead. After a while, he heard a knock. It's open, he said. Persephone was in the doorway. She had that look on her, the one Harry had learned in the summer visits, the one that meant she'd been thinking about something for longer than she was going to tell him and had decided to say it now rather than later. She had a small plant in her hand, something from the greenhouse, green and alive and completely at odds with the stone corridor behind her. May I? She said. Yes, Harry said. She came in and sat in the chair by the window, the one Hades had just vacated, and she set the plant on the windowsill where the asphodel light hit it, and it did what plants did in Persephone's hands, opened slightly, turned a degree, responded. I spoke with your mother, Persephone said. Harry looked at her. She comes when you call her, Persephone said. But she's been coming on her own as well, to the edge of Elysium, since January. She watches you sometimes, through the veil sight that the Elysium boundary allows. She looked at Harry steadily. I found her there one afternoon in February and we talked. We've been talking most weeks since. Harry thought about his mother and Persephone talking. About what they had in common and what they didn't. About the particular intersection of those two women in a field at the edge of Elysium. What do you talk about? He said. You, Persephone said, simply. And Nico, sometimes. And this place, and what it's like to love things here. She paused. She's very proud of you. You should know that, not from the letter, from me having heard it from her directly across a span of months in many different conversations. She's proud of you consistently and specifically, not in the general way people are proud of children because they're supposed to be, but in the way of someone who has been watching carefully and is impressed by what they see. Harry looked at the floor. I know, he said. I mean, I know she loves me. I know the Elysium view. But hearing it, Persephone said, from someone who has no reason to soften it or say it as comfort, is different. Yes, Harry said. Thank you. Persephone looked at the plant on the windowsill. She also asked me, she said carefully, to tell you something. That she wanted me to tell you because she thought you'd receive it better from someone who lives here than from her directly. She paused. She said, you grieve the loss of her in ways you don't let yourself fully feel because the underworld gave you a form of her that most people don't have. She said she knows you don't think of it as grief because grief is for the absent, and she is not fully absent to you, but there is a part of what was taken from you that you have not fully, that you are carrying, and that it would be all right to put down. Harry was quiet. She said specifically, Persephone continued, very gently, that she did not want you to spend your life in service of what happened to her, because that is not the same as living. The room was quiet. The asphodel fields moved beyond the window and Thanatos was completely still and the torch burned with the steady quality of things that had been burning steadily for a very long time. I know, Harry said, after a while. I know that. I'm working on it. I know you are, Persephone said. I'm telling you anyway. Because knowing and being told are different. Harry looked at her, at Persephone, who was not warm in the way that comfortable mothers were warm, who had her own history and her own complications and had never planned to be anyone's second parent and had become one anyway, gradually, through the accumulation of summer visits and greenhouse lessons and conversations that started practical and became something else. He thought about what Nico had said once, that Persephone didn't do things by halves, that she either wasn't involved or she was completely involved and there was no middle distance with her. She was here. That was all. She was here, and she had been talking to his mother, and she'd come to tell him something that required a person who lived here to deliver it. Thank you, he said. Really? She nodded once, in the way she did that meant it was received. She stood, touched the plant on the windowsill briefly, adjusting its position by a degree, and moved toward the door. At the threshold she turned, and the expression on her face was not one Harry had catalogued before, something new, something that had developed over 7 summers and had found its form somewhere in the space between winter and June. Welcome home, Harry, she said. She went. That evening, the 3 of them ate dinner in the main hall. Not a formal dinner, they didn't do formal dinners when it was just the 3 of them, hadn't since Harry was about 6 and had said with complete seriousness that formal dinners made the food taste worse because he spent the whole time sitting correctly instead of tasting things. Hades had considered this and said that this was not true, and then said that informality during meals was nonetheless acceptable, which was the closest he came to agreeing. The table was set simply. The food was whatever the shades had prepared, which was always good, the underworld's kitchen having access to ingredients that the living world didn't and techniques that predated most recorded culinary history. Harry ate and talked and let the evening be what it was. Nico described a quest he'd been on in April while Harry was at school, something in California involving a minor deity and a significant misunderstanding about territorial boundaries, with the gift he had for making dangerous things sound both genuinely dangerous and slightly ridiculous. Hades listened and corrected 2 details of the minor deity's history. Harry asked 3 questions that made Nico stop and reconsider parts of his narrative with the slightly annoyed look of someone who hadn't expected to be cross-examined during the storytelling portion. You've been at school for 9 months, Nico said. You've gotten worse. I've always been like this, Harry said. Hermione is contagious, Nico said. She's been a good influence on my research methodology, Harry agreed. Hades said, very dryly, your research methodology did not require influence. He said it the way he said things that were compliments when they came from him, without softening the edges. Harry had learned to read the edges. After dinner, Harry went to the edge of the Styx. Not close enough to touch it. Just to the place he'd always sat, the familiar spot where the stone bank gave way and the river ran past with its voices, carrying the weight of every oath sworn on it since the beginning of things. He sat cross-legged on the stone and let the sound of it settle around him. He thought about the year. Not in the recapping way, not in the reviewing for assessment way he'd already done with Hades. He let the images come without organizing them, Ron's open face on the train, Hermione's expression when she figured something out, McGonagall's book sliding onto his desk. The Sorting Hat's voice, very close and very present. Nick in the corridor, 500 years of fear and the beginning of something different. The underground chambers and the mirror and what it showed. The stone in his pocket. The fragment's fear. Dumbledore's I don't know. His mother's letter. Persephone in the doorway. He let them sit. The Styx ran past with its constant voice, all those oaths, all that sworn weight. He'd sat beside this river since he was 5 years old and he had never fully stopped being astonished that it existed, that this place existed, that he had come here through a series of unlikely events and had been allowed to stay and had grown into whatever he was inside it. He thought about next year. About returning to Hogwarts in September. About the Horcruxes and the work that was coming and the collaboration with Dumbledore that was eventually going to be negotiated and the long process of finding and ending every piece of Voldemort that existed in the living world. About the prophecy and its trajectory. About what he was going toward and what he was carrying and whether the two things were in balance. He thought about Ron and Hermione waiting at King's Cross in September, which was where they'd agreed to meet before the train, because meeting at King's Cross before the train meant an hour of conversation before being organized into the compartments and that was a better use of the time. He thought about second year. About what he wanted from it, what he was going to build in it, what he was going to learn. He'd told Wood he might reconsider Quidditch, and he thought he would. He thought he'd ask McGonagall about the Advanced Transfiguration text and whether there was a formal pathway to studying it. He thought he'd talk to Flitwick about charm theory beyond the curriculum. He thought he'd have a conversation with Snape that was more substantive than the first year's careful circling, because underneath all of Snape's hostile performance was a man who was brilliant and complicated and probably had information about things that had happened to Harry's parents that Harry didn't have yet. He thought about all of this with the quality he brought to everything, completely, without hurry, letting the full picture assemble at its own pace. The Styx ran. Somewhere in Elysium, his mother was walking through a landscape that looked the way she'd always wanted it to look, warm and full of things that grew. She'd been watching, Persephone said. Watching him specifically, the way proud parents watched, not with fear or worry, but with the particular quality of love that had somewhere to put itself and was actively putting it there. He felt it sometimes. Had always felt it, even before Persephone told him what it was, a warmth at the edge of things, a quality of not being entirely alone even in solitary moments. He'd attributed it to the underworld's ambient presence, to the general love-shaped weight of souls nearby. Maybe it had been that too. Maybe it was both. Maybe they weren't different things. He sat for a while longer. Then he stood up, brushed stone dust off his trousers, and walked back toward the palace. The torches in the corridor lit as he approached, one after another, because the palace knew him the way places knew people who belonged to them, and the shadows moved with him and ahead of him and around him with the comfortable devotion of things that had always known where they were supposed to be. He passed Nico's room, where a light was still on and the sound of music came through the door, something low and old, the kind of music Nico put on when he was winding down from a day. He didn't knock. He just put one hand briefly flat against the door as he passed, the way you touched the wall of somewhere that mattered, and kept walking. He reached his room. Thanatos was asleep on his perch, head tucked under one wing. The journal was on the desk where he'd left it. The wooden box was on the shelf where it always was. The swords were above the desk, the stars, or what passed for stars here, the light that came through the veil, were visible through the window above the asphodel fields. He sat at the desk and opened the journal. He wrote for 20 minutes, the conversation with Hades, the things Persephone had told him, what the Styx had sounded like tonight and what he'd thought about while sitting beside it. Not everything. The things worth keeping. He wrote them with the care of someone who understood that what you chose to write down was its own kind of statement about what you thought mattered. At the end he paused, pen above the page. He wrote one more thing. The year was good. Not easy, good, which is better. I know who I am in the wizarding world now and I know who I am here, and the two versions are the same person, which is the important thing. Some people live in their world and feel like they're from somewhere else. I'm from two places and I feel like I'm from both of them. There's work ahead. Large, serious, complicated work that I don't yet have all the pieces of. I'm going to need everything I've learned and everything I haven't yet, and people around me who are capable and honest. I have that. I have more of that than I expected. I'll be ready. He closed the journal. He turned off the light. In the morning, Harry woke early and went to the edge of the asphodel fields before anyone else was awake. The fields spread out from the palace grounds, grey-green, gently moving, the souls drifting through their mild eternity. He stood at the boundary, where the palace's stone gave way to the soft soil of the fields, and he looked at the horizon the way he'd been looking at horizons since he was old enough to understand that they marked where the visible world ended and the invisible one began. He was 12 in 2 months. 1 year of Hogwarts done, 6 to go. One fragment of Voldemort dispersed, unknown number remaining. One conversation with Dumbledore completed, one larger collaboration ahead. 1 year of Ron and Hermione, which was only the beginning of what that was going to be. He stood at the edge of the asphodel fields with the palace at his back and the fields ahead of him, and both worlds entirely, completely his, and he looked out at all of it without fear or hesitation, with the unbothered certainty of someone who knew what they were and knew where they were going and understood, at the level where understanding and being were the same thing, that the journey was worth every step of what it was going to ask. The shadows moved around his feet, comfortable and present. The Styx ran in the distance. The souls drifted, and the stars that weren't stars gave their filtered light, and somewhere behind him the palace stood in the dark the way it had stood for longer than recorded history, enormous and deeply permanent, full of the specific warmth of somewhere that had chosen to be a home rather than simply being one. He breathed. He looked back at the world above, not literally, not through any window or veil, but in the way of someone whose attention had a direction and was pointing it deliberately, pointing it toward September and the train and the castle and the year ahead and the thing at the end of the trajectory that was going to require everything. He wasn't afraid of it. He wasn't afraid of any of it. He turned back toward the palace, walking with the easy unhurried confidence of someone who was exactly where they were supposed to be. The door opened before he reached it, the palace did that sometimes, anticipating, and the warmth of the corridor came out to meet him, and the torches lit one by one in the sequence that had welcomed him home for 7 years. He went inside. The door closed behind him, quiet and complete, the way doors closed when the person who belonged there was safely in.